Hi, welcome back. In the previous part, we took a look at some of the separate elements within our simulation. So we've got a lot of data that we're going to be dealing with. We're going to be dealing with nParticles, Bifrost, Maya fluids, a whole gambit of stuff, really. So before we start, it's essential to set up a few basics, the most of which in this case would be a projects folder. Now, it's always recommended that you start a new project before you start doing anything in Maya, but in our case it's actually essential because we're going to be dealing with things like Alembic cache, nParticle cache, and particle data files. So we're going to end up with hundreds, possibly thousands of files. So we definitely need a place to organize all this data. So go up to File and Project window and create a new project. Call it whatever you like, hit Accept, and this will create all the hierarchical data directories that Maya needs for the storage of all its dynamics bits and bobs, as well as giving you a save directory and a source images directory for textures and things like this. So make sure you're on the right project. Go to File, Set Project. I want to go down, and mine's just called Dynamics Tutorial Shatter, and you'll see all the directories created for us for cache and assets and data and whatnot. Just hit set. So now we've got that set. That'll stop us running into trouble later on down the line, because if you start to simulate without doing this, the data files will be stored in some random location, probably in the default projects directory. If you then later on come in and open the scene, Maya's not going to know where to find anything, and it's all going to be a large mess. So although pretty much every tutorial you've seen by me says start off with the projects folder, in this case it's actually essential, so don't skip it. Alright, so the next thing I want to talk about is scale within Maya. Now we've got various different scales we can use if we just go to the preferences. So I'm generally set in centimeters. I believe this is Maya's default working unit, and in this case it's better when you're doing dynamics to leave it in centimeters. For the most part, things like Bifrost will assume that 1 unit in Maya is 1 meter. Now, it doesn't matter if you have this set to inches, for instance, it's still going to assume that this 1 unit is 1 meter. So I prefer to leave it at the default centimeters, and just remember that I'm going to be working in 1/100th scale. So this is no longer 1 centimeter as far as the dynamic simulation is concerned. It's now 1 meter. You can work in feet if you want, but it's a better workflow. It's generally recommended to leave your working units in centimeters when you're doing this kind of project. So that's the basics. We've got our project, we've got our scene in the right scale. A couple of things I want to cover before we go any further. I'm going to use a plugin for shattering geometry, because when we break stuff with kind of bullet or any type of rigid body simulation, we're going to need some geometry that's pre-shattered. Now I'm going to do this within Maya, and a lot of you are probably aware that Maya has its own inbuilt shatter, which you can, if you're on the Dynamics tab here, find under Effects and Create Shatter. Now, it's not very good. I'll demonstrate how it works, but really we're not going to be using it in this, just to make you aware that it's there. And it does allow me to go under a couple of principles, which are basically, before you do anything in Dynamics, you're going to want to make sure there's no history on your object. And you're also going to make sure your object has frozen transformations. So that was Edit, Delete by Type, History. And then you're going to want to modify Freeze Transformations. Okay, and now I can start to apply some dynamic effects to this. So if we go to Effects, Create Shatter, and I'll open this up and just reset its settings. Now we'd want a solid shatter in most cases for our simulation. You've seen our pillar shatter, so a solid shatter is the way to go. Post operation is to go to shapes. Now you can use Maya's shatter to put rigid bodies on each shattered piece, but as we won't be using Maya's rigid body system, because frankly it's not very good, we'll be using bullet. We'll just leave this on shapes. Shard count would be the number of pieces you want it fractured into, and as you can see, it doesn't have many options, and it's actually quite limited. In fact, I'll just create one of these now, and as you can see, it's saved the source shape for us, and this is what it creates. So it creates kind of hideous geometry. And it's fine if you want to just create a few pieces, but if you're going to create, we want to shatter our column into hundreds upon hundreds of pieces, this solid shatter really isn't going to get it done for us. Now there are a few plugins on the market to do this for you. Pull Down It, which is actually fantastic for building destruction, and then you've got Fracture Effects, and you've got quite a few. The caveat to this, of course, is these plugins cost money. I think Fracture Effects is about $400. So, if you're working with a lot of dynamics, you might want to look into one of these. But if you just want to, break some columns and some kind of more simple stuff, in fact, it doesn't even have to be simple stuff. We'll be using a plugin called Soup, which is actually a collection of plugins that has a couple of different ways to shatter objects. Now, the thing is that something like Fracture Effects is quite simple to use, whereas Soup is a bit more complicated. But you can get fairly similar results with a little bit more work. And the good news is that Soup doesn't cost any extra money. So I'm going to be using it in this tutorial because it's free, and it is actually my go-to collection of plugins when it comes to dynamics in Maya. So even if you don't use it for this, you'll find that it has hundreds, in fact I can show you, of different node types that you can use. It's a fantastic utility for any kind of dynamics in Maya. So the first thing, before we go onto our simulation, you'll need to go and download Soup, and you can find it at soup-dev.com. Just go to the Tools menu and hit Download. When you've done that, you'll find it opens into a directory like this. Now, if I bring open my Maya directory, which for me is my documents Maya 2015, now these will just need to be extracted. Icons will go into prefs icons. So shelves will go into prefs shelves. View templates will also go into your prefs folder. And plugins. So select your OS, Linux, OS X, Windows, in my case Windows at the moment, and you'll have this plugin. Now you'll need to copy this to your plugins folder, but you probably won't have one. So you may need to make a plugins folder, and you can make this anywhere on the machine. It'll go anywhere in the file system. So in my case, I just choose to create a directory called plugins within my Maya documents folder where all the prefs and scripts are installed. Then you put this soup.mil, the plugin file itself, within that directory, or indeed whichever directory you've decided. Now, if we flip back to Maya a second and I go to the plugins themselves, you'll see here I have Soup at the top. You can now just hit Browse and load that file in, but it's much more recommended to let Maya know where you've chosen to store your plugins. And you can do this through the Maya M file, which will also be stored here, which this is Maya environmental variables. So if I double click that to bring it in, you just have to plugin path, and mine is C documents, my username on this machine, Maya 2015 plugins, and each time Maya loads it will check this directory for plugins. So once you've done that, you may need to restart Maya so it reads the M file and looks for the plugin in the correct place. And once you've done that, you'll then need to load in the Soup shelf, which you can do by clicking this little down arrow and load shelf, which you should have put in your Soup plugins directory. Now you'll need to load the shelf manually. It doesn't load automatically when you activate the plugin. Unlike say Bullet, if I remove the Bullet shelf, so I'm going to delete this Bullet shelf, and then I'll load the Bullet plugin, which you'll also have to do. So let's come down here and find it. Let's see, Bullet, there we go, it's already loaded, so I'll just unload it and reload it, and you'll notice that Bullet recreates its own shelf. Now in this instance it's given me 2 copies for some reason, but normally it just recreates the first icons. Soup on the other hand, it does not create its own shelf. You have to purposefully go in and hit load shelf. Once you've done that, you can activate the plugin by clicking on any of these and it will load the plugin. You may have to click twice, the first time once to load the plugin and once to pop open the menu. And then this will give you all the options within Soup, which we'll be covering in the next part. So I apologize if this part was a tad boring, but without getting these initial elements lined up, we'd run into hundreds of problems down the line. So just remember, you need to have your soup plugin. You need to have bullet physics loaded. You'll need to be in the correct scale, which in my case is centimeters and probably should be for you too. And you'll need to have that projects directory created for storing all the data. Okay, that deals with the setup. When we come back, we'll delve into the basics of bullet physics, so we've got an idea of how it's going to work, and then after that we'll look at various different techniques for shattering objects in Maya. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next part when we'll start the simulation proper. Hi, welcome back. So before we get into the simulation proper, I want to take a look at the rigid body dynamics system within Bullet for Maya. And I want to do this when we have fewer things going on. As you've seen from our final simulation, there's a lot of objects there, and it's easier to demonstrate the basics of bullet physics with just, less going on, because there's a few essential things that if you don't get right from the start, things will act in a very unexpected manner. So let's just start by creating a cube here, and I'm going to apply some bullet to this. Now, before we jump in with the dynamics, there's a couple of essentials we need to make sure we have set. The first one's the playback speed on the timeline. This has to be set to play every frame free. If you try and do it in real time, then it will play back at 24 frames a second, 30 frames a second, whatever you've set your preferences to. However, if the simulation can't keep up with that speed, again, you'll get unexpected results. So you need to make sure you're on play every frame free. The second thing is, before we make an object dynamic in Bullet, if it has any scaling information on it, when we come later to export it to the cache, this will cause, again, unexpected results. So we need to make sure that we freeze the transforms only on the scale. You don't want to freeze the transforms on the translate and rotate, only on the scale. Now there's a couple of ways of doing this. We can select them all here in the channel box and hit freeze scale. However, because we're going to be doing this quite a lot, I'm going to make a custom button for a shelf that just freezes the transforms on the scale. So if we come in and hit new shelf, and I'll call this one DYN tutorial. Okay, so now I want to freeze transforms, but only on the scale. Most important, not to just freeze all the transforms. So I'm going to go to modify, freeze transformations, pop open the options, make sure I'm only selected on scale, and I'm going to hit freeze transforms. And you'll see this is set scale back to 0, 0, 0, while it's left the translate alone. So I can now see this as a mel command down here. So all I need to do is select it, middle mouse drag it up to the shelf, and drop it on. Maya will ask me what I want it on there as, and in this case it's mel. So now I have a custom button. So now when I come in and create, say, a sphere, let's move this, or any object, it doesn't matter, I'll use a sphere simply as an example, give it a bit of a rotate. So I've got pretty much information on each channel, and now scale it. When I hit our custom button, it should only reset the scale. And there we go. Okay. Another thing that's very important when it comes to bullet physics before you start to make the objects dynamic is the placement of the pivot point, because this will act as the center of mass for the object that you're working with. So for instance, if you were to take a polygon cube and let's make it a bit longer, and your pivot point is in the center, then the center of mass for the cube will actually be in the center of the object, and I'll actually give you a practical demonstration of this. So let's take one object with a center of mass. I'm going to hit insert to move the pivot at the bottom, insert again, and I'll rotate this one, and we'll take one object with a center of mass. Whoops, before I rotate that, I'll just duplicate it. We'll take one object with a center of mass at the top of the object, and I'll show you the quick difference. Okay, so now I've done that, I'll just rotate both of these. Okay, so now I've got two objects, but the pivot points are in different places, so I'll have different centers of mass. Now in general, you really want to keep your pivot points centered. So I'm actually going to put the center pivot command on the menu, which I can now do by just going to modify center pivot and holding the left control and shift at the same time, hitting the left mouse button, and center pivot will be on the shelf. But I'll give you this demonstration just to show you what happens when you've got your pivot points off center. So select both of these objects and go up to Bullet, Create Active Rigid Body. This will then tell the bullet simulation, if we look, that these are active dynamic rigid bodies. So if I hit play now, they'll do what you would expect them to do, just drop straight downwards under the force of gravity. And this is due to the fact that the bullet solver, if we take a quick look at it, the solver is basically what calculates all the objects in the scene. Now we'll be using purely rigid bodies for this simulation, but Bullet's capable of soft bodies too, so cloth and anything that would compress or bounce, soft balls, things like that. So anyway, if I pop open my cubes, you'll see there's a couple of Bullet rigid shape nodes that's been assigned to each of these cubes. If you're not seeing this, you're going to have to go to display shapes, by the way. I think it's not on by default, so you might be seeing this. If you go up to display and shapes in the outliner here, you'll be able to see all the various different nodes connected to your objects. Okay, so look under the bullet solver, and without going over every single attribute, I'll just go over the ones we need for this particular one, and as we go through the tutorial I'll be dealing with most of the stuff under here anyway. So anyway, for now let's just put a ground plane in to see what happens to these objects. So you'll see the one with the center of mass at the bottom does what you'd expect it to do, land and wobble about a bit, and the one with the center of mass right at the top falls over, as you would expect. So it's vitally important within bullet physics, the placement of this pivot point. Now, as I've said, 99% of the time you're going to want it in the center of the object. But just so you know, if you do have a very unexpected result, then one of the reasons could be that your pivot point has not been orientated towards the center of your object. Okay. The other thing I want to run over quickly is just some of these basic settings. So solver acceleration, now there's temptation to turn this to GPU, which actually makes Bullet really fast, but only on soft body dynamics. So it doesn't have any effect on the rigid dynamics system. So for us, it'd be completely superfluous to turn it on. Ground plane, we'll just put a ground plane in. Internal fixed frame rate, you can think of this somewhat as quality of the simulation. The higher this is, generally the better you'll sim out. Okay, now you might notice here that these white shapes around our boxes, they're actually collision shapes, and I'll get into that in a second. I want to use a couple of different objects for that. So I just really wanted to get across this point about pivot point location. It actually is quite important when it comes to rigid body dynamics within the Bullet system. Okay, so before we start with any more of the options within Bullet, I just want to get rid of these objects and put some objects with a normal orientated pivot in. So I'm just going to remove the entire Bullet system, which you can do here. Get rid of these objects. And I always find that it's better to, if you have, let's say, an object with some form of bullet physics applied to it, so say an active rigid body, it's better not just to simply delete the object. This, in my experience, can cause Maya to crash. I mean, maybe it's the revision I'm using, which is 2015, I think Service Pack 4, so maybe they've fixed that, but I've had some issues with this, so I've always found it's better to go up to Bullet and remove Bullet from the selection, or remove the entire Bullet system depending, and then once you've done that, delete the object. So up to you, but I always find that's a better working practice to remove the rigid body dynamic before I delete the object. Anyway, let's create just a simple sphere here and a simple cube, just so I can go over some differences in collisions within Bullet. Now, it's important to note that the Bullet solver itself is extremely fast, especially when compared to Maya's innate inbuilt rigid body dynamics system. I can drop hundreds of objects in Bullet in near real time and have them work pretty much flawlessly. Now the downside to that is Bullet collisions don't deal very well with concave objects. So if you've got an object with a hole in it, generally speaking, that hole within the mesh won't be calculated. So I'm going to just run over some of the limitations within the system, which, it's a trade-off. You get a very, very fast system that has some limitations, which in most cases is better than having an extremely slow system with no limitations. So let's just create a couple of objects. And this time I'm going to build my own ground plane, just so I can show you some of the different Bullet collision types. So let's just create a static rigid body. Now, there actually isn't much difference between clicking create active and create passive, because you can change this under the settings, and I'll show you that now. So if I create a passive rigid body, this simply means this rigid body won't be subject to the force of gravity. So if I hit play, it won't drop out, it'll stay where you put it. Now this means it won't be subject to any other force either. If you use wind or a Newton or one of the Maya fields as a force projector, then it won't be subject to anything. It will simply stay where it is. And there's two types of these sort of non-moving rigid bodies. There's static and there's kinematic. Now by default you'll be set to kinematic rigid body. This is a very useful rigid body type if you want a keyframe for a certain distance and then flip to a dynamic situation, which we'll look at in a second. Your other rigid body type is static rigid body, which won't do anything except allow things to collide with it. This is useful if you need a more advanced collider type. So let's look at collider types and then we can get into that. I'll leave this as kinematic rigid body, and I'll go down and set the collider shape. Now this is most important. At the moment the collision shape on this plane is set to a box. Now I'm going to set it to a plane because that's what it is, and this will create for me a sort of infinite plane. Now we don't have any scaling on these objects, so we don't need to freeze the transforms on the scale, but if we did, we simply go up to our new shelf and hit our new freeze transform button, and that gets rid of the scaling on these. Also, if you've done any form of modeling on these, I also suggest that you delete the history. So just edit, delete by type history, and we'll put that on the shelf as well. Left control and shift, click history. So I'll delete the history on this one, and I'll delete the history on this one. Now the scaling reset transform is more important for the caching later on. So, it's important to remember it at the start, but if you have forgotten it, you can always go back in and do it later. Alright, so let's make these active rigid bodies. Okay, and you can see that they've both been set up with a square around them. So if I drop them on the floor, the collision type for these two things is currently set to box, which means our sphere will never roll along the floor. So we need to go in and take a look at the rigid body under our sphere. So if I come in here, you see collider shape, box. Now we can't set it to mesh because that's static rigid body only. So the best we can actually do is hull, which if I go into the bullet solver and turn on collision shapes, just rewind that, you can see that it's wrapped a hull around this, which is fine until we get an indentation in the geometry, and that's one of the things that makes Bullet fast. It's also one of the limitations. Anyway, let's play this back and see what happens. Okay, so now I'm getting a slight tilt on this when it hits the floor, and let's give us more frames to work with. Okay, so it's rolling ever so slightly. Now you'll also notice that this is slightly off the floor. So this has to do with the accuracy of the collision. So if I look under here, I've got a collision shape margin, which I can turn down from 0.04 to 0.001, which will make this settle on the floor a little closer. Now I'll also change that on the floor plane, and this is one good reason for creating your own floor plane. If you just use the one we used earlier, ground plane under the Bullet simulation itself, you can't change any of the options on it. So I prefer generally to create my own. So let's look at the options that we've got under plane, And again, we set the collider shape to plane and the collision type to 0.1. This will allow us to drop these things closer to the floor. You'll notice this is not dropping on the floor at all. And we can see why if we take a look again at the bullet engine. You'll see our cube has been fitted to it here. It's massive. So we'll come in for this one as well, and generally you're going to set most of your rigid body types. So let's grab the rigid body for the cube. There we go. You're going to set generally most of your rigid body types to hull. Okay, and that you can see that that's still not dropping on the floor, so let's check the bullet solver. Okay, let's make sure I've got everything nice on that. Right, and just select the cube again. There we go. Alright, and let's figure out what's gone on with this. Let's change this to 0.1 and collision shape hull. There we go, and now it should drop on the floor. Okay, so bullet physics, basically you've got your collider shape, which can be any one of most primitives, mesh, which is static only, and hull, which you'll be using most of the time. Okay, but what happens if you've got, say, a bucket on the floor that you want to drop something into? Well, you can use a static rigid body with the mesh type. So if I just wanted to, let's say, just grab a polygon and let's make a box with a hole in it. Okay, and I'm going to demonstrate why this can be a bit tricky and bullet can be a bit fiddly on this. Okay, so I'll just drop this somewhere about there. I'm going to select its face. I'll just do a quick extrude here on scale. Wait a second, need to reset my extrude settings. There we go. Scale this in slightly, extrude it again, and create something with a quick hole in it. Okay, so now I've got this object. I'm going to want to freeze transforms on the scale again because it has some. Okay, and I'm going to make this a passive rigid body. I'm going to set its collision shape to hull, like we will be doing on most things throughout the tutorial. So let's set that to hull. And if I go to bullet now and look at the collision shape, you'll see here that the collision shape, it doesn't include the hole. So if I drop something now, you'll notice it just sits on the top. And really, because this wasn't in at the start of the simulation, I may need to go to the cube and just refit its collision shape. Okay. Bullet can be a bit tricky sometimes. It looks like it's just ignoring this. And you want to refit this collision shape on frame 1. There we go. And as you can see, it just sits on top. It doesn't actually fall in the hole. The first time it fell in the hole, but it actually fell through the whole shape. It just wasn't recognized and it was there. Sometimes with bullet, you need to make your changes on frame 1. I think when I refit the collision properties on the sphere, I was at the end of the simulation, which oftentimes doesn't work. So how do we overcome this? Well, if it's a passive rigid body, we can simply come in and change it to static, and then change the collision type to mesh. And if I have a look under bullet now, you'll see this hasn't changed, so I'll have to refit it. There we go. Okay, and that's still not giving me the correct collision shape, but that's probably is giving me the correct collision shape. Yes, I can see the cube has actually fallen through. So just to update bullet, I'll have to come back in, and because of this refitting, there you go, and it's fallen into the box. So that's now working as expected. So if you do have something like a box, a bucket, or something like this that's going to be a static object, you can actually use on a static object this mesh collision shape, which will allow these concave kind of objects. And that's one of the limitations within bullet physics. So, you know, the fact that it's fast means you do sacrifice a little accuracy on collisions, but you know, I tend to use bullet, as does most other people, for very large scale rigid body simulations where there's tens of thousands potentially of objects knocking together. Okay, I just want to cover a couple more things before we move on to the simulation proper. So let's remove the entire bullet system. And I want to show you, and we'll get rid of these objects because I'm not going to be using them. I want to show you just the quickness of bullet, and I also want to show you how it can interact with other Maya dynamics. So I'm going to take a ground plane again. And again, I generally create my own ground plane. And this time I want to introduce a number of objects. So I'll use a small cube. And as I'm going to duplicate this small cube, I will freeze its transformations now. So make sure its pivot is centered, freeze its transformations, and delete its history. I'm then going to duplicate it across. And when I've got a few, I'll duplicate it again. And again. Oops, I've actually duplicated the ground plane there as well. There we go. Okay, let me just move this to the bottom so I don't keep duplicating it. Okay, so now I've got a fair few cubes, but let's add even more. And if you've ever worked with the Maya rigid body system, the inbuilt one, you'll be at this point knowing that we'd run into problems with this many objects. So I'm going to, you know, create quite a few here, so just so you can see the speed of this. And also, when you're dealing with this many objects, you know, you really wouldn't want to at this point go through and select them, go bullet, active, rigid body. So, you know, we want to group these together. I mean, what have we got here? We've got quite a few cubes. Okay, we've got almost 1,000 cubes in this simulation now. Oops, let's just unselect that and group that together. So now I'll call this cubes, and I'll center the pivot on the group. And you know, the pivots will be centered on every one of these cubes, and we know they don't have any scaling information because we deleted that off the original object. So now we've got 1,000 different objects that we want to drop on the floor or smash into or whatever we want to do with them. But you know, the process of on each 1,000 of these create active bodies is seriously not what we want to do. Nobody wants to spend an afternoon doing that. So instead we can create a rigid group. So go up to bullet, rigid sets, create rigid set from selected objects. So let's just do that, and you'll see it's created the bullet solver again. Obviously it's created a cube set solved, and it's created a cube set of rigid bodies. So each one of these 1,000 cubes now has the same rigid body attached to it. Well, actually there are different rigid bodies, of course. They all need their own separate collisions and whatnot, but they're the same rigid body, and we set the properties in one location for all of the cubes. So let's just take this plane and set it to a passive rigid body. So create passive rigid body and make sure the collider type is on plane. And let's go for a smaller collision margin. Okay, and I'm going to go up to the, now you'll notice if I click on these, there's nowhere to actually set the settings for the rigid body itself. Even if I go down to cube set, I still have no settings for this massive rigid body set. In order to get to them, I need to click on the bullet solver and come up to the bullet shape solved, and you'll see here that we have solver properties, basic fields, and actually no, that's not, that's the bullet solver shape. What I want is cube set initial state, sorry. And you'll see I have rigid attributes, initial conditions, collision attributes. So pretty much similar to what you've seen before. Collision shape type will set to hull, and the collision shape margin will set to 0.01. Now the interesting thing is when you have one of these rigid sets, you can glue them together. So first I'll just simulate so you can see how quick this actually is. Now we're dealing with 1,000 different objects, so that's 1,000 different rigid bodies, and it's not quite in real time, but considering all of the objects we're having to deal with, it's pretty quick. Okay, sometimes you'll have to play a bullet simulation through just once to let it sort of understand what it's doing, and then you can just replay it. So there you go, there's 1,000 objects all colliding together, you know, in very minimal fuss. So glue, very interesting. If I hit glue shapes together, you'll see they attempt to stay together. Now this works a lot better when the objects are closer together. So if I use a big glue breaking threshold, you still might not see the glue working because the objects in this case are too far apart. But we will be dealing with gluing stuff together later on when we come to shatter our actual pillars. And I think these objects are just going to be too far apart to properly glue. Yep. Okay. It might work if I increase the collision shape margin. Yeah, you can see now I've increased the collision shape margin. They're actually being glued together. They're not falling straight down. So we'll deal with that later. But the interesting thing I say about these rigid sets is, and you might see some of them actually break apart when they hit the floor. That's the nice thing about the glue breaking strength. You can, when you smash through a wall or something, you can have it glued together for the initial impact, but the force of the impact will actually fracture it apart. So it's an important artistic element of the whole bullet physics. You can see these are glued together, but as soon as they strike something with force, the bonds of the glue start to break apart. Okay, when this one hits the floor, it will probably smash open a little bit. And indeed it does. You can see a few blocks here. So the nice thing about these rigid sets is they can deal with hundreds of objects at a time. Well, I mean, we've got 950 objects here, I think. They can be glued together to create, you know, a different artistic look than just dropping on the floor. They can all be set in one place, and we'll be looking at things like mass and angular and linear dampening later on, so I won't cover those now. And there was just one other thing I wanted to go over. We looked at the bullet solver itself, where we have this force of gravity. Now obviously we can radically increase this force of gravity, and I've got no glue on these now, so they should just be dragged down a lot quicker. There you go. But, you know, we're quite limited in what we can do here. We can have some gravity and we can have some wind, but that's not really ideal. Sometimes you'll need far more involved forces within your simulation. So if we tick this use Maya fields, you should see this cube just kind of does absolutely nothing. The reason it's floating away from each other is if we take a look under the collision shape, it's set to the point where these are actually contacting. So without gravity, the simulation will begin to separate. If I go up to the bullet solver and hit split impulse, which helps deal with bisecting collision shapes at the beginning of the simulation, that may help that a little bit. You can see it's not expanding away from each other at such a speed. Okay, so you can negate the effects of that. You can also negate the effects of that, of course, by simply changing your collision shape margin to something that's a bit smaller. And there it will stay as you would expect it. It's no forces acting on it. There's no gravity, so it can't fall downwards. The collision shapes are not overlapping, so it can't push away from itself. So it just stays still. So back under the bullet solver, of course, I can turn the gravity back on by unticking use Maya fields. But if you're on the Dynamics menu set up here, the Maya fields system allows a lot more control over the simulation. So let's say I wanted gravity. Making sure you have the bullet solver selected, I'll go up to fields and gravity, and this will put a gravity with a magnitude of 9.8 negative y in the zine for us. So if I play now, similar to what you saw before, when the gravity was controlled by bullet physics, you'll get pretty much the same result. Okay, now the difference is that Maya fields, they have a lot more you can do with them. Let's use a Newton field, and a Newton field will attract things towards it. So if I put this one here with a magnitude of, say, 15, what I should see is these cubes fly towards the Newton field. Okay. Why am I not seeing that? Let's just turn the gravity off. It could be that the force of gravity is simply stronger than the Newton field. Yep. The Newton field's pulling a lot of mass towards itself. So let's give it a bigger magnitude. So let's try a magnitude of 100, which should pull these cubes very rapidly towards it. There we go. Okay, so they should now spring back towards the field. Okay, so Maya fields gives you a lot more options for forces within the world, whereas the bullet solver itself will give you an option for gravity and some wind. With that Newton field being set that strong, I should be able to turn on some gravity magnitude as well. So let's go for around 9, 8 in this case. And there you go. You can see the Newton field pulls this down. So they both work in consort, so you can have many of these fields together. Now the reason you must select the bullet solver when you add the field is because the field needs to be connected to the solver. And in fact, if you go up and look in the dynamic relationships, so you want relationship editor, dynamic relationships, and click the bullet solver, you'll see under here that it's not actually listing the Maya fields that are connected to it. And I mean, this is somewhat of an issue with this because it should show you the fields connected to it, but it doesn't. So if you're using a standard Maya Dynamics, you can reconnect things up here in the dynamic relationship editor, which you may be used to working with, but with bullet physics you can't. Hopefully they'll remedy that in a later version. They may already have done so by the time you're using this. But if you have added a field without having the bullet solver selected, you can come up, select the field, control select the bullet solver, and under fields go use selected as source of fields. So that will then tell the fields that they're connected to the bullet solver. In general, you just want to select the solver first and then add the field, and that will give you the desired result. Now I'm not really going to go over each individual setting within the rigid body dynamics and within the bullet dynamics. As I say, I don't want to create a tutorial where I simply read the manual out to you, and we will be using a bit more of bullet. There is one last thing though before we go that I'd like to show you, which is to do with kinematic rigid bodies and keyframe animation. So let's just get rid of the entire bullet system, and I'll get rid of, and you'll notice that my cubes have disappeared. They've simply been hidden. When bullet physics creates one of those rigid set groups, it hides the original objects. I actually don't need them, so I'm just going to hit delete. Okay, let's go for a polygon and let's get a ball. And let's say I wanted to do an animation where I started off by animating the ball, but then when the ball hits, let's say, a big wall, I want bullet physics to take over. I don't want to do the animation of the ball bouncing off a wall. I just want to do the initial keyframe of this happening. So let's create a bit of a wall situation here. There we go. And I'm going to freeze the transforms on its scale. Make sure it's pivot centered, delete its history. Same thing. So, this is why I create this shelf. As I said, we'll do this a lot. And let's come in now and put some keyframe animation on this sphere. So I'm going to start out here. Let's start it out here. I'm going to set a key. I'm going to jump forward 45 frames. I'm going to move it down here. And I'm going to set a key. So basically, it will just do this. Nothing spectacular, just a keyframe animation from point to point. So let's go now and create a passive rigid body to be our wall, a passive rigid body to be our floor. We'll need to set the collider shape for the floor to plane, and for our wall here, our cube, we'll set that to hull. And now we'll create a kinematic active rigid body on this. So from dynamic to kinematic, and you'll see that that should move here. Let's set our collider shape to hull. Okay, so let's actually set that on. Okay, it looks like Bullet has disregarded the keyframe I originally created, so let's just keyframe this object again and flip up to frame 45. Okay, so you have to make this a kinematic body before you start the keyframe. My apologies. It looks like the original keyframes are ignored. But anyway, so now we've got this, and we want now the ball to strike the wall as a dynamic simulation. So all we need to do is come up to frame 45, where our animation, where our keyframing ends. We need to come under the channel box. And let's have a look here. We need to pop this open, find the channel box for the rigid body itself, and I'm going to set the keyframe for kinematic body. So I'll go back to frame 1 and key selected, and then I'll jump up to frame 45 and set this to a dynamic rigid body and key this. Okay, let's play that. So as you can see, our keyframe animation finishes and our dynamic animation starts. Now this is an extremely useful way of mixing traditional animation with physics solver. You know, if you've got something like an aeroplane crashing into a building, you don't want to just take a physics solver and basically throw the aeroplane. You'd want to animate the aeroplane in a traditional manner, and then as soon as it was due to hit the building, you'd want to have that flip over to a dynamic body. So the important thing to remember is kinematic rigid bodies can be keyframed and dynamic rigid bodies cannot. So you know, you'll just want to key from kinematic to dynamic whenever you want the dynamics to take over. Okay, and I think that about covers the basics of rigid body dynamics within Bullet. Obviously there's a few more things to learn, and we'll be, you know, going over various bits and bobs in the next parts. I just wanted to make sure we had the basics if you'd never used the system before. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. In this part we're going to look at various ways to shatter our objects in different patterns. So we'll want a big shatter in the middle and maybe not so much at the top and base. So we're going to look at various different ways to do that. Now we'll be using Soup for this, so you'll need to have the plugin loaded, which you can obviously find under Plugin Manager, and for me it's at the top there, Soup, so you'll need to definitely make sure you have that loaded. And before we start, as I've said before, we have our own freeze transformation buttons that just freezes the transformation on the scale. But because these objects are not going to be used in Bullet, but they are going to be used by Soup, we'll be using the shattered objects we create from these for the simulation. We need to freeze the transforms completely. So if you go up to freeze transformations and look at the option box, make sure that you either reset the tool or you tick translate and rotate, because we need to freeze all the transformations. So just modify freeze transformations and make sure all your transforms and all your objects are actually indeed frozen, which they are. Okay, now we can start to smash these apart, and to do this in Soup you need a scatter node to scatter location points about the object, and then a shatter node connected to that to shatter it. So the easiest way to do this is to simply go up to the Soup shelf. Whoops, let me undo that. Click here, and this will give you an array of various Soup nodes. If you're going to get into dynamics within Maya, Soup is both excellent at what it does, but it's very good for showing you how things connect together. The website where you downloaded it has a ton of scene files. In fact, it has one for each individual node that you can dissect at your leisure. So I'm going to show you the really quick way to apply a Soup node that will work in our case. Doesn't always work with every one of them. And then I'm going to show you how to hook one up manually. Just so if you download those scene files, you'll know how to look in the node editor and see what's connected to what. Well, let's start off and do a quick shatter. So we need to start with a scatter node, which will actually scatter points throughout this geometry. Now if I turn on X-ray, I can't actually see those points. It's because the locators used by scatter don't work in viewport 2, which, as we know, is now the default viewport for Maya. So just flick this back onto a legacy viewport, and you can start to see these points that are now scattered throughout the object. These are the points that will be used by Soup to calculate the shatter of the object. So if we go into the scatter node, and it's currently set on volume, I want to do a surface. I want the points on the surface so it shatters between the surface. Okay, and for this I don't need quite so many. This will just be a quick example. So I'll go down to 200 points, and to this scatter I need to connect a shatter. So once again to Soup and find the shatter. If I click the scatter node now in the outliner, you'll see it has a scatter shape, and a shatter. So we know we've got a surface scatter with a point density of 200. We've got a maximum number of points of 10,000, and we've got a random seed. If we change the random seed, you'll see the points update here in the viewport. So this is just to create, if you're creating the same shatter for 4 different columns, you don't have to tweak any of the settings. You can just come in and literally give it a different seed value. Now we look at shatter. We want it to auto-evaluate. We want a solid shatter, meaning we want the object to shatter all the way through. We don't just want it to be a surface shell like an egg. I'm going to hit clean up. It will attempt to clean up any extraneous data it leaves behind, and I'm going to hit bake result, and this will actually shatter the object. So this can take, depending on how many points you've got, with 200 points, this should take about 15-20 seconds, maybe a bit less. With thousands upon thousands of points, this can take, up to half an hour, depending on how many points you have. So here is my shattered object. So let's go in and hide the column geometry. It leaves your original geometry behind, which is very useful for us. And you'll see this has come in without material. So I'm going to have to just assign a Lambert 1 to it. And I'm going to take that off X-ray. You can see here all the shatter. I'm going to take it off X-ray. And there you go, one completely fractured column. Now it's all as one object. You can't see I can't select any of the individual parts, but I can just go to Mesh, Separate, and now I'll be able to grab these. And more importantly, if I try and move one, you'll see that the pivot point is set at the origin of the grid, which is bad for us, because if we used this with bullet now, we would obviously, with the center of mass being the pivot point, we'd obviously run into all sorts of problems, but we'll sort that in a sec. For right now, I just want to pull out some of these and show you how well this fractured the object. So with 200 points, I still get a fairly decent amount of shards. Now 200 points doesn't necessarily mean you'll get 200 objects. That's just the points it shatters between. Obviously the higher the scatter point count, the more objects that you will get, but not necessarily. If you set it to say 1,000 points, you won't necessarily get 1,000 objects. In fact, I think I can see here, I set it to 200 points, I got 89 objects. So depending on how many shards you want from your explosion, or whichever you're doing with dynamics, maybe a tower is just crumbling, you'll need to calculate the number of points you need in pretty artistic manner, really, depending on where the points are inside the object, depending on the random seed. You're never going to be able to say, I want 200 points, I want 200 objects. You're going to have to experiment a little bit there. So anyway, there's a very nicely shattered tower. The problem with it is that if I was to throw a boulder at this, I would expect it to shatter in the middle, and I would expect the base and maybe the top to remain somewhat intact, depending on how hard it was hit. And this is the problem you have with Maya's solid shatter. It'll just shatter the object. You have no control over it. Fortunately, with Soup, we have quite a bit of control. So I'm going to delete this baked out object, and I'm going to bring back column 1. So Shift H just to bring that back, and I can see these scatter points on the surface, but let's say I wanted them concentrated here. Well, there is a couple of ways to do this. Let's look in the scatter node, and under, let's see here, filters, you've got a texture. So if I activate this texture, nothing will happen. But if I were to assign, let's say, a ramp to this, so let's come in here and give it a ramp, so 2D textures, ramp, and I'll create a black and white ramp. Now in order to see what I'm doing, I'm going to assign the same ramp to another material, because Soup won't give me a visual update of where the ramp is on the object. So I'll need to just assign new material, Lambert, and connect the ramp into the color channel. So let's grab the hypershade here, and let's grab ramp under textures and just shove it into the color. Whoops, wrong one, excuse me. So I can see here everything that's white will have points on it, so the whole thing is currently white. So we need to come in and adjust the ramp. So let's add more black. And let's possibly make the ramp, and I'm going to hit 6 so we can see the texture. So now you can see, and let's get this to be very black. And let's add more white. Now you can see I'm just getting points where the white is. Okay, so if I wanted to shatter in the center of this object, I could always try a radial ramp, you know, depending on my needs, if I wanted to shatter just the back side. So you can do this with a standard texture. You'll see no dots appearing in the black and just in the white. Now, a ramp often works. A ramp is actually a very good way to shatter a pane of glass, for instance. If I were to take just a standard box, and let's have a look at this one, and, you know, make a thin pane of glass, I can now add a ramp to just this face, let's say, just as an example. So let's assign new material, and we'll use a standard Lambert, and I'll add the file. Actually, no, I won't add a file, I'll add a ramp, sorry. And I'll make it radial. Okay, so if I wanted to shatter a pane of glass in the top corner, this ramp is a nice way to have points radiating outwards, so you get, you know, no shards up here and tiny shards down here when we hit it in the corner. So a ramp is often a useful technique for controlling where these soup points are. But in some cases, you're going to want a bit more accuracy than that. So you can either take the UV snapshot. So if we have a look at the UVs of our tower here, I could take this UV snapshot and draw directly on it within Photoshop for really precise placement of these dots. Or actually, as we're just doing black and white, what I can do is come in, I'm going to hit the texturing here in the hotbox, and I'm going to go 3D Paint tool. Now I need to open the tool settings, so I can double click here, and this will open the 3D tool settings. I'm going to drag mine over and dock them there, just a bit easier to see. And you'll see I can't actually paint on here. Before I do anything, I need to do assign edit texture, give it a value. 1024 will be more than enough resolution for this. Assign edit texture. Okay, there we go, it took a minute. And now I can just start painting on this. So the first things first, let's flood it with a color. So white is going to be where we have points and black is going to be where we have none. So it's probably better to flood this with black. And then I'll make my paintbrush white, and I'm going to use a smaller paintbrush. So I'm going to put this down a bit. I'm just going to come in here and say my rock is going to hit around sort of the middle of this thing. But then let's say I want a couple of breakup points here maybe. So I'll just whack some white over there. And that gives me a fairly precise placement. What I'll need to do now is save texture and make a note of where it's saved. Now these 3D paint textures always store under source images 3D paint. So I can ramp color 1.if. I can now go to soup under the scatter and make that texture my active texture. So let's break the connection from the ramp, and you'll see that I get dots all over the object again. And let's add in the file texture we just created with the paint tool. So here, let's see, I believe it's saved here, and I can see that now. And if I look at soup, you can see I'm just getting dots placed where I have some whiteness. So let's come in now, because we have less dots. Let's go to the shatter and the scatter, sorry, and increase the point density to maybe 1000, and I get a much bigger proliferation of actual points. I can then go to shatter, make sure I'm on solid. Distance, I'm going to give it a little bit of distance. I want the shattered shards to start a tiny bit away from each other. This will help a bullet with those collision calculations. Cleanup is on, so now I'm going to bake the results. Okay, so that baked out in about 30 seconds. Let's hide our original column. And let's assign a material to our baked out result here, Lambert 1, and you can see that we have a few cracks that have proliferated down here, but the base is pretty much intact as you would expect, and we've got a few more cracks at the top here where we had those points, and in the middle where we had our white stripe is where we've got the vast majority of the cracks. So depending on how many points you had will obviously let you control how many shards you end up with. But let's just do a mesh separate and take a quick look at how well this separated out, and that's pretty damn well, really. If I start to get towards the base, you can see that it remains largely in one piece. So this gives me a very precise control on the shatter that I'm going to get. Same with the top. We put some points up here so we get a small fracturing, and then as we go towards the middle where all the points are, we get much smaller shards. Now for the tiny shards, we'll be adding those with nParticles. We'll be instancing geometry to them, because you don't want to give bullet too much work to do. You know, if we have, say, 200 shards per tower, that's going to give bullet, you know, upwards of 800 to 1000, depending on, you know, how many shards we have, things to calculate. And when a tower like this shatters, you'd expect to see maybe thousands of tiny rocks come out, you know, the tiny fragments, which actually don't really need to be calculated in quite such an accurate manner. So we'll use nParticles for that. So depending on how detailed you want it, you're going to have to go along and smash these out. Now, as I said, I wanted to show you how to hook some soup node up a bit more manually, because, you know, for shatter and scatter, it's very simple. You just select the object, hit scatter, and then select the scatter node and hit shatter. But not all soup nodes are as simple. So, you know, I just want to give you a quick run through of how you tell what's connected to what. And as I've said, every point in soup, every node comes with its own scene file. So if we select our column 1 here and go up to the node editor and graph it out, I can see that the column 1 shape node is actually connected via its world matrix to the scatter shape in geometry, and the transform node is connected by its world matrix to the in world matrix of the scatter shape, which means if I want to do this manually, let's say it didn't work automatically, which some nodes don't, after dissecting the scene file and making a note of what's connected to what, it's simply a case of going to the node editor. Okay, so I'm going to need the shape node, I know this, and I'm going to need the transform node. Making sure I have nothing selected, I'm going to go up and select a scatter. Okay, so I don't need the scatter transform, I know this. I'm going to take the column shape and I'm going to go, whoops, not going to do that. So world mesh, and I'm going to connect that to the in geometry of the shape, and then I'm going to take from the column transform the world matrix, and I'm going to connect that to the in world matrix of the scatter shape. And let's turn this to surface, and as you can see, I've now hooked up a soup node manually. There is a connection editor within soup, so let's unhook that lot. Let's just take these and unhook them, and the connection editor will do its best guess. So if I select the transform node of column 2 and then control and then shift select the scatter shape and go up to this connection, connect, it wants to connect it with in position PP, which is not what I want to do at all. So as I said, sometimes you'll need to dissect the scene file. Sometimes you can get it to connect on its best guess. So in this case, world mesh to in geometry is a good guess for soup. And sometimes you're just going to really have to know what connects to what. So in our case, don't need the control points, sorry about that. In our case, it's world mesh to in geometry, and then world matrix to in world matrix. And there really is no way, and you can see my points have now been assigned to my column. There really is no way when it comes to soup to know exactly what's going to connect to what, and soup nodes can get frightfully complicated. But I say understanding why these things connect together will give you a better understanding of both soup and dynamics within Maya itself. So I highly recommend you get on the soup website, grab those example scene files, start graphing stuff in the node editor, and start seeing what's connected to what and figuring out why. It'll give you a better overall understanding. So now we can shatter this one as well. So let's do it the quick and simple way. Let's just select the scatter and go shatter. Okay, and I'm going to need a texture to paint for this. So once again, just assign a new material. Okay, materials, and I'll just use a standard Maya Lambert. It doesn't really matter, we just need something for that 3D paint tool to assign a texture to. So 3D paint tool, and you'll see down here it has no texture assigned, but that's okay. Let's open up the paint tool and go assign texture, and again it will come up my last settings. So 1024 will be fine. Let's flood fill it with black and just paint on some white where we want the points to be. Maybe a little further down this time. There we go. And again, this is artistic license depending on what you're going to smash these things with. Now let's come up here, and now of course we'll need to go into the scatter node itself and assign that file. So actually I need to click on the 3D paint tool again because I forgot to save the texture. So let's go to the tool settings and save the texture. And that is saved out as column shape to color. So now we can assign our file. Let's go scatter to, and let's give it that color. So I want col shape to color. Should be able to see it up there. Okay, perfect. And back to the scatter node and just activate that. And now you'll see all the points are in where I've drawn the white. So as you would expect, really. So we'll take this, auto evaluate, clean up. Let's give it a little distance again, and once again bake out that result. And I'll just pause. This will probably take a few seconds. Okay, that's shattered out, and that took about 3 minutes because I'd left my point density under the scatter on 2000. So this has created, if I just hide my column 2, this has actually created a, and I'll flick on to viewport 2 just so we can't see the points created by soup. This has created a far more heavy scatter. In fact, if I separate these, you'll notice this one has, what was it, 90 something pieces, 96 pieces, and this one has 332. So this will be much bigger shatter. Now occasionally with soup you'll get some geometry that just comes out a little crooked. If I move this around you'll see what I mean. So I've got here an extraneous face. Now you can go in, if it's as obvious as just getting rid of this face, which in this case it might well be, you can go in and delete the face. If you're having problems, one thing to do is go into the scatter node itself and change the random seed for point distribution. Sometimes the points are a little bit off and you get this kind of nasty artifact created, but so you can clean that by hand. It doesn't happen very often. It tends to happen when you're using, you know, thousands upon thousands of scatter points, or you can simply change the random seed under the scatter node and reshatter the object, which is generally what I do. So I'm going to delete that and I'll just change the seed on that, maybe use slightly fewer points and reshatter. So I'll bring back my column there. I'll assign to it Lambert 1 because I don't need the material on it anymore. It's just for a visual representation of where the points will be. So that pretty much deals with the way we're going to shatter these columns. Now, a couple of things that I should mention. You're going to have to UV these if you're going to paint them later. I'm not going to go into texturing and UVing. There's plenty of tutorials on our site about that. I may do something a bit more in depth, but for right now, I want to take a look more concentrated at the different dynamic systems in Maya. The other thing is we need to prepare these shattered columns for use within bullets. So one thing we need to do is center all the pivots of these. Now if we look under the channel box, you'll see they all have their scale attributes already zeroed out. So that's one nice thing. So let's just come in and select everything and center the pivot on it. So if we go out to our center pivot, you'll see now that when I select one of these, the pivot is centered, which will mean for bullet the center of mass will be in the right place. So that's one. I'm going to center the pivot on the group, and then I'm going to delete the history off the entire group. So you would have noticed before I had an empty transform node in there that's now gone because I've deleted that history. So now it's just a case of, I'll do a quick bullet simulation before we go, and in between the parts I'm just going to shatter these other three towers simply by using the 3D paint tool to get my points in the right place, and then scatter and then shatter. Nothing we haven't done before. But let's just make this one fall down. So bullet rigid sets, create rigid set from selected objects, and let's give it a couple of passive colliders. Let's make this one a passive collider. Passive rigid body. This one, because it's got a hole in it, would need to be a passive static rigid body. So let's create a passive rigid body, go in and just quickly tweak these. So this one will have to be static because of the hole in it, and its shape will be mesh. This one has no hole, so it can just be hull. And now we need the rigid group, bullet solver, baked result set, rigid attributes, initial conditions, collision attributes. So let's go to hull, put this to 0, 1, hit rewind and play. And you can see my tower falls down really quickly and really nicely. The base stays intact, the bits in the middle shatter, and the top goes into a bigger fragment. Everything drops nicely in the hole, and we're about ready to go. Now I can glue the shape together. Let's just replay that, and you'll see that it pretty much stays intact. Now, depending on the forces acting on it, the glue may not be strong enough. I can also set initially sleeping, which will help the parts not push away from each other at the beginning of the animation. And I can go into the bullet solver and click split impulse here. And that will help me stay together. I need stronger glue. But this is actually quite a nice break in simulation. Let me give me 250 frames. It will break in the middle, and when it hits the floor, it will smash apart a bit more. There you go. So glue, very handy for this sort of thing. I'm just going to check my playback speed is set to the right thing. So there you go, fractured tower with bullet, top and bottom staying intact, and that's really the key. The key to getting a good fractured dynamic object is the fracturing of the object and the amount of control you have over it. Because, anyone can just cut an object into 100 random bits and have them, explode outwards from each other. The point of this is to learn some control. So anyway, I hope you found this interesting, and when I come back, I'll have removed this bullet simulation, as we'll be covering this a bit more in depth in a second. So I'm going to delete the entire bullet sim, and you'll notice that that's hidden all my column objects. So I'm going to have to come back and just unhide them. Easy enough, Shift H, there we go. And between the parts, as I said, I'll be shattering out the rest of these columns, and we'll look at creating the bullet simulation that you saw in the introduction. So I thank you very much for watching, and I'll be back during the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So I've ended up with all of my objects shattered here. Haven't done anything else to them, simply shattered them. And the settings I used, I used a point density of 2000 on all of them, I think. The difference was that I used a volume shatter instead of a surface shatter like we looked at last time. And for the volume shatter, if I flick on X-ray, you're going to want to increase the tolerance a bit. It starts off at 25, and if we look at that end tower, that gives us fairly few points to work with. So I increased it to around 60 to 70, and then on my shatter settings I actually put a distance on most of them of 0.005. I turned on cleanup, did a solid shatter, auto evaluate, bake. So nothing we really didn't do in the last part. I just wanted to show you the precise settings I used, and as you can see I used the 3D paint tool to paint various different textures on these things. So I will leave this as a separate scene file so you can examine it if you want. I'll also leave the textures I used in there so you can take a look at those, but really just did the same thing, painted a bit of white on where I wanted the shatter to take place. So I'm going to hide these now so they don't show up in the viewport. In fact, I'm going to go back to viewport 2. Okay, and now we need to turn this into a simulation. So same as we've done before, but this time we're going to do it slightly differently. Now the first thing we'll need to do, of course, is separate these. So just mesh separate. And I can just go down and press G to repeat the last command and all of those. So now this is all separated out into separate chunks of geometry. It is worth noting at this point that if we're going to have an impact on one of these towers, so for instance a cannonball or a mortar shell or however we're going to blow them up in the end, we can on that point of impact make more shattered geometry. So I could now come in, if I wanted to break this up into tiny chunks because it was going to take the initial brunt of impact, I could come in, add a scatter node to it, add another shatter node to it and shatter it out into more pieces, and I can select various different pieces to do that with. So I can have shatters within shatters. That's also absolutely fine depending on the level of detail you want to get in there. But for right now, let's get a base simulation out of the way. So first things first, let's add a few passive objects. So for this, again, this is going to be a static passive object with a mesh for a collision shape. Let's go up to bullet, passive rigid body, set the collider shape to mesh, which will give me an error because it's static only. So let's just make sure that's static only. Okay, now we'll set just a standard hull shape to this as it doesn't have any concave areas on it. So once again, bullet, let's create passive rigid body and hull. Okay, so kinematic is fine for this one. I doubt I'll ever keyframe it, so static would do as well. It doesn't really matter if I'm not using a hull, if I'm not using a mesh collider shape, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Now I need to select all of these. However, what I'd like to do is keep the bases separate, because I'd like to give the bases some feeling of being attached to the floor. So I'll probably end up using a higher mass for these objects, and I might use more glue as well, which means I can select part of the bottom of the whole tower and make it a unique dynamic object that has more structural integrity. So as this one smashes away quite cleanly, these pieces can stay glued a bit longer. I mean, this is up to you. This is, again, it's a bit of artistic license in how you want your sim to work, but this is fine for me. So I'm going to go ahead and group those particular shards. So I'm going to pull those out, and I'll call these col 01 bottom. Okay, so that just gives me two objects. So I've now got the top, which I'll rename as well, and it's quite important to get some sort of consistent naming in these, because we're going to be, placing dynamics on them, so it's going to be handy to know what everything is called without this search around. So I'll take this one and I'll do the same thing. I'll grab some of the bottom, and again, up to you how much, and I'll hit Control G to group, and I will have created another group in there, so I'll just drag that out and call that bottom. And while I'm at it, I'll rename this one. And again for the last two. So that looks about right to me. So Control G to group, and you'll find a new group in there. Middle mouse drag it out. Sorry if I hadn't said that before, but middle mouse drag to drag things around the outliner. And the same with Okay, so last one to go. Okay, that looks all right. So again, group. It's a little repetitive, sorry about this. And let's pull this one out. There we go. Okay, and then we can finally rename this one. Get all our ducks in a row, so to speak. Okay, so now I've got column 1 top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. Okay, so I can increase the densities on the bottom. I can have them stick together a bit better, so it looks like the force has blasted the top away, but then this will crumble away slightly slower. There's a number of things I can do with those. The first thing, of course, I need to do with all this lot is get rid of the history on it. So let's just delete history, and you'll see there's no empty transform node here anymore, as there wasn't before. And let's center all the pivots, but that's not going to do it for us. If I go up to here and move, you'll see lots of these pivots are still at the origin. So you actually have to come in, grab the individual objects, and then center the pivot. I'm not sure if I mentioned that before or not, which will, of course, then center the mass for bullet physics so it knows what's going on, which is kind of essential for our intents and purposes. You know, and we are dealing with a fair few objects here as well, so this is a bit repetitive, but it doesn't take that long really. Okay, so now we've got all the pivots on all those groups centered, and we've got rid of all the history on them. None of them need their scale transforms reset, because we haven't scaled them in any way, or at least we haven't scaled the new objects that have been created by the shatter. So now we need to start to get these in as bullet physics objects. So let's see, we've done the water ponds so far, and have we done this? Yes. Okay, so just these left to add. So let's take the column top first and go up to bullet, rigid sets. Let's see, create rigid set from selected object. So once that's done, you'll see a solved set, you'll see a rigid bodies down here and a solved set group. So I'm just going to go along now and press G to repeat the last command, which will just do the same thing for all these. So now we have rigid sets created for everything. Let's have a look what happens when we just press play. This will explode outwards, as you might expect because of the collision shapes, but let's have a look at it anyway. And there we go. So you'll see that these are kind of floating around in mid-air. That's because they've got box collision shapes on them. That's also why they explode violently away from each other. It's quite fun to watch, however. Okay, and we can check our scene is basically working. So I can see that our pond like water container here is managing to contain the debris okay. It's falling on the top, it's bouncing off the sides. So it looks like the basic set is actually quite fine. Alright, let's go in and tweak these. Now to tweak the sets, obviously you need to be under the bullet solver. So you're looking for, in this case, column 1 top set initial state. And we need to change this to hull, and I'll reduce this collision shape margin a little bit to say 0.4. Might have to experiment around with that. Now I need to do the same for the rest. Tops and bottoms. So basically col2 top set, change this. And if I click over 1, 2, you'll see the next one. So just hull. Okay, 1, 2, click over, there's column 3. It's probably a bit too small. Hull. And there's quite a few of these, so again, apologies for the tedium. You know, when you get into bigger simulations, you'll find that you might be doing this quite a bit. You could of course have made them all the same group, but I didn't want to do that for a number of reasons, one of which was because I might want these to smash at slightly different speeds as the cannonball slows down. I might want to make some of them slightly denser. This way, having all of these sets of groups, should I say, of rigid bodies gives me a little bit more leeway to work. It gives me a little bit more on the artistic license side. So these should just drop straight down now. Because they don't have overlapping collisions anymore, they don't feel the need to blow apart when they first start. So let's come in and just make this 150, because we're not going to be simulating out many frames. Okay, so now we've basically done our rigid body simulation on these pillars. Obviously there's some gluing that needs to be done and some other aspects, but you know, we've got a lot of objects crashing down together there, and it's pretty fast. It's not quite real time, but it's you know, it's not a huge pain to work with. So let's improve the quality of the simulation and see if it slows down any. It will slow down a bit, of course, but it's just a case of, does it slow down so much that you can no longer work with it? And for bullet physics, I would say that's probably a no. So I'm just clicking back here and through all the groups to go to the bullet solver shape node, and I'm going to kick up the internalized frame rate. I'm going to turn split impulse on. I don't need a ground plane because I've got this catcher at the moment. So let's come out, and it's slowed down a little bit, but I get a much better quality of sim. Okay, and are those pieces settling on the ground okay? Yeah, it seems to be everything absolutely fine. Now, if you get a situation where the pieces continue to move after they've dropped, then you can look at increasing the friction or the angular damping or the linear damping, which we may play around with in a second. But before we do that, I want to get something to smash into these pillars. So before we go any further, I mean, I'm going to use a kind of cannonball object, and this may take some trial and error to get the timing right. But let's come out with a ball to smash through the pillars. Now, I don't want some ginormous wrecking ball type thing. I would like something that's smashed into them at about this point. Seems to be where I have the maximum shatter. And if you look here, the shatter on this one is further down, because I figured we'd try and get the ball to smash through, slow down, smash through, slow down, and finally probably end up around here. So let's pull this up a little bit. Now, there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could make it a kinematic rigid body like we've seen before. We could keyframe it right up until the point of impact and then flick it to a dynamic rigid body and watch it go. But as you've already seen me do that, I'll do it a slightly different way. Select the sphere, bullet, create active rigid body. Okay, and our collider shape should be hull. Now, if you look under initial conditions, you'll see initial velocity. So if we had an initial velocity in -x, the ball should shoot over this way. So let's get an initial velocity of 25 in -x and see what happens. And our ball starts to shoot through and gets caught on tower 3. So that's looking pretty promising. Now, obviously, we've got the problem that our towers start to fall down before the ball even touches them. But when it does hit them, it is kind of blasting through them quite nicely. So I could increase the speed, but I don't want to do that yet. What I want is to instead increase the mass of this, because if we think this is kind of poured concrete, this could be a heavy iron cannonball. So let's hit it with more mass. And you'll see that's almost perfect there. It drops down all the way through the towers. So drop, 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 drop. Kind of exactly follows our main line of shatter with our pillars. Let's give it slightly less mass. Oops. And this is often sometimes you'll find yourself playing with. It's perfect. It kind of almost stopped by the time it hit the third one. Let me give myself slightly less frames to work with here so I can just play that through. Yeah, I'm kind of very much liking that for the start, for the... Okay, So now we've got our collision object that's causing our debris. Now you could, if you wanted to, use more than one ball. So you could have the first one smash the first tower and maybe the second one, and then fire another one and another one and another one. You know, any way you want to do it, really. I'm just trying to demonstrate some principles here. So hopefully then you can go away and do your own simulation, and you'll know a few other ways of doing stuff. So we've got mass. Now linear damping, if we wanted to damp the linear motion of this down, let me turn that right up and you'll see what happens. It's kind of stopping at the second tower, in between the second and third tower. So you can damp down the motion linearly, or you can damp down the angle. So, you know, if something tilts as it hits the floor and you want it to tilt slower, you want to be using angular damping. Friction, again, a high friction value will allow us to be slidey, whereas a low friction value, well, let's see. And that's the other way around, sorry. A high friction value will cause some friction, a low friction value will cause there to be no friction across the surface of the ball. This is handy sometimes when you're simulating a slippery surface that obviously wouldn't have much friction on it, so you want to roll something down a hill with snow or whatnot, then you're going to need to look at the friction parameters. But I think for us, let me have another look at this, and it's way too much linear damping. I don't really recommend a lot of this. So 0.1 should be fine for our purposes. And all these can be keyframed as well. So what I would probably do in this case, let's have a look. Let's set a linear damping key here. And let's set it again. And then by the time we get to, say, here, I think we'll damp it a bit more to stop the ball going quite so quickly. So let's just put that up to 0.2 and set another key. And if I scrub between these now, you should see that value go up and down. So let's have a look. And I'll just let it play through once again because it had a little error in it there. So I just want to make sure that that's going to go away on the next run through. Hang on a second. Oh no, it's fine, it's gone away. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. What we need though is for these pillars to remain intact until the ball hits them. So let's try that on just the first pillar. Let's go up to the bullet solver and select the rigid groups. So I've got here the top. Let's glue the top together with a glue breaking threshold of, well, let's try a significant threshold, and let's grab the bottom as well and do the same thing. And let's just see if that remains intact. Okay, so that's definitely remaining intact. We'll have to keyframe these glue values. But what I'm looking for, and I'm going to turn this off. So let's see. Let's grab the rigid body from this sphere. And I'm going to set it to just static body for now, so it's not running and interfering with the simulation. I really want to see these pillars stable. So what we'll do is we'll simulate them to the point where they're stable, and then we'll set an initial state on. Now I'll notice that these kind of jump up in the air there. That's because the collision margin on this rigid body is too high. It's probably set at the default 0.40. It is. So let's set this on 0.1 maybe and see if we still get that same initial jump. We don't. It stays much steadier now. Okay, let's check the bullet solver, and let's check these two under the bullet solver, see what their settings are. So the top shape, let's put this on initially sleeping. That'll help. And initially sleeping, these are both on glue of 100, and let's hit it. Okay, I've got some wobble there, but should be able to just let that settle. Okay, and sometimes it takes longer than others. Okay, I'm really not liking that that bounce in there. So let's try increasing the glue strength, which can sometimes fix it. It's still bouncy, but it is settling down now. Let's glue the others together and we'll go through. It may be that we need to tweak the collision shape margin as well, and all we're looking to do is glue these together so we can take an initial state with them. So let's just run through these and let's see. Let's glue everything together. Okay, just a couple more. I think that was the last one. Right, let's see what we get. So they break apart a little bit. Will you remain intact? No. Okay, I need to switch these on to initially sleeping as well. That will help with that initial first jiggle. It might not help that much, but it will help. And I just want to get them to a point where they are settled down. Okay, so that's settling nicely, all but this one at the end there. So that's going to be the problem child, is it? Alright, let's go and look at the glue settings on that to make sure we have actually glued them together. So we're going to want column 4 bottom. Okay, that's glued together. Let's try increasing its collision shape margin just for now. And as I said, we can come back and key these values later. Glue breaking threshold, that might be why. Let's try this. Okay, setting a larger collision shape margin has not worked on that. I think it was just because this glue breaking threshold was still set rather low. Okay, we seem to be settling now. I might need to lower the collision shape margin thresholds on some of these others as well. And I say, sometimes it is a bit of trial and error depending on how you fractured and which geometry might be slightly intersecting. And this, I think, should take care of it. You see we get far less bounce. And we've got one now that's still a problem, but the other three are looking pretty spot on. It's obviously on this one, there's a greater margin here, so that would be column 3, I believe. Yep. Which is again why it's important to name these. So let's see if we can find column 3 and slightly larger. Also I forgot to set the strength on this one. Okay, looks like I did that a couple of times. Okay, I can live with a little bit of breakage. I'll probably play in between the parts a little bit, just change the collision shape margin a bit. In fact, I'll do that on screen actually. It's not going to take too long, so hopefully I won't be boring everyone to tears here. Let's just check the top state and the top state. So they both have a very strong amount of glue. And as I said, a bit of trial and error a lot of the time is required. Okay, if that's the only bit that drops off, I can kind of live with that. Okay, that will do. Those shapes have settled down, or at least settled down enough for me to do this. I'm going to go and select all of these groups here, all of these groups of rigid body dynamics, and I'm going to go up to bullet and I'm going to hit, where are we, rigid sets, and then I want to set an initial state for these rigid sets, and this will now become the initial state. So when I rewind, they'll stay there. Now I can turn on my ball again. Let's find it now. There it is. Look under the rigid body and set this to dynamic rigid body again. And now let's have a look. Wallop, 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 and wallop. Now we're going to keyframe the glue on the next part, because obviously we don't want these to hang apart, stick together this much. I mean, we didn't go through all the trouble of smashing them apart just to have them completely sticky. So in the next part we'll look at keyframing this so they stay together, and then just as the cannonball in our case hits them, we'll have them break apart. Okay, we'll also look at adding some density to the base and maybe some stronger glue to the base so the bases hold together while the tops really shatter. As I said, it's all about having that fine degree of control. So I hope you found something useful in this part, and I'll be back in a second with the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we started to glue our objects together, and then we set an initial state for them so they don't just explode when we hit simulate, and right now our simulation looks something like this. So it's kind of fine, but our pieces are definitely too glued together. Now we've got that initial state, we don't need them to stay in one piece like this. I mean, it's kind of a shame to put all the work into fracturing them and then just have them split in half. So I'm going to do these one at a time. So I'm going to want to start to smash these when the ball impacts, and for me that's around frame 4, maybe frame 5. So I'm going to set the glue on the initial state here. Let's go up to the bullet solver and find the top initial state, and I'm going to set the glue threshold. So I'll just set a key of 500 there. At frame 4 I'll set another key. At frame 5, when the ball actually impacts, now bullet won't be keeping up with these changes, so if I skip around the timeline, the actual bullet solver won't work anymore, so I should probably go in and turn it off. So just disable simulation. So around frame 5 we know it hits, so around frame 5 I'd like the glue to be quite weak, so probably about 1.5. so let's set a key there. Now around frame 6 I want it to be weaker still, so maybe 1, set key, and around frame 8 I want that to start to break up almost completely, so set key, and that's for the top. So I'm going to rewind, re-enable the simulation and see what that looks like. Okay, this is now breaking up into a much more impressive array of smaller parts, and this one the glue will be off it, so as soon as it hits the bottom one it will break apart. Okay, you'll see most of our bottom column is still holding together though. So I'm going to weaken the glue on the bottom column as well. So let's go up here and find, this is the top state, col1 bottom state, initial state, there we go. So at frame 1 I'll keep that glue at 500, at frame 6 I'll keep it at 500, and by frame, let's see, 9, let's have that massively reduced all the way down to 3, and let's see how that affects the bottom now. So the bottom should really smash when this piece hits it. Now, okay, I'm not getting the smash I was looking for. We are set to glue 3, it might be too high, so let's go back to the last key we set and set that to 1.5. Again, this requires a great deal of playing around with, so I really want this to smash now when this hits it. Yeah, there we go, and the top shatters. So okay, that's the first column, quite liking the smash on that. Now I will spend some extra time between the parts just tweaking these thresholds to get the exact look I'm going for. But right now let's find out when this ball, or at least shards from this tower, hit this one. So we must be on not that far really, frame 7. Let's get that to start to break apart at frame 7. So I'll need to come in and select the, let's see here, column 2 top state. Let's set the, must have set the glue breaking strength that strong, but let's set that to around 2 there, and let's bring it back up and set it to around 0.5 here, and then completely broken up by frame 13, so 0.1. And let's see what that looks like. So the first smash, second smash takes out the second tower now, perfect. Top smashes nicely, the top comes away, excellent. So we got the last 2 towers to deal with. Let's just check that again. Lovely smash, smash, break, continues to fall apart slowly. Okay, excellent. Now if we notice any wobble on these bottom towers, we can increase the mass slightly, but I'm not noticing them wobbling about as the ball hits. Which we could get a bigger smash here if we took this ball and tweaked its mass. Let's double its mass. And we get a much quicker smash. So again, there is quite a bit to, the ball doesn't move any faster, it just pushes the pieces away quicker. I mean, if I give this an insane amount of mass, you'll see the pieces when it hits here really fly off to the right. So they're now traveling quite a bit faster. And they break up into smaller pieces. So I'm going to have to make the determination on mass at some point during this, but I was quite happy with the initial one. So let's find out what frame rate we hit pillar number 3 at. So around frame 10, I would say we strike pillar number 3. So let us find pillar number 3 under the bullet solver, and let's do the top first, column 1, column 2, column 3. So we can set on frame 9 a key for this glue strength, and then on frame 10, when it actually hits, let's have that break apart a lot, and then by frame 14, let's have that glue almost gone. Okay, and let's see what that does for us. So smashes nicely, yep, straight in, perfect. Just the last one. You can see the bottom of this moves around quite a lot though. If I replay that, watch the bottom of this tower. It does get blasted a bit. It's a bit of wobble on there, and I think there's a bit of wobble on the others as well. So we can give the bottom columns more mass. They've got more structural integrity. They might be affixed to the ground in some way. Maybe they have foundations. So let's give them more mass to kind of represent that. So let's come back here and find the column number 1 bottom state, bottom set initial state. And let's give this a default mass of say 3, just to represent the fact that it might have been hammered into the ground. You know, there'll be grass and stuff grown up around it. It will have a more tenacious grip on the earth than say this bit that was blasted away. So let's do that for all of them. Column 2 top state, column 2 bottom state. There we go. Again, why it's important to name these. Column 3 bottom state. I'm just going to make the mass on all of these slightly higher. I'm not going to keyframe it. It's going to be higher at the start of the animation and at the end of the animation. So let's see what that does for us. Okay, it's not moving, it's not moving, it's not moving. Slight wobble, but that's okay. Ever so slight wobble helps sell it a bit, you know. And you can always increase the mass if necessary. Okay, so just this last column that gets completely blasted away by the strength of the glue. So let's come in and check out the last column. Now let's find out when that cannonball hits it, or at least, there we go. So around frame 13 maybe. Okay, so number 4, top state. Yep, there it is. So let's set on frame 12. Let's key that there. Let's go up to frame 13 and make the glue much less strong. So give us an initial hit, and then on frame 14 let's have that down to 1 maybe, and then let's keep this together a bit longer. So let's go all the way to frame 20 and point to set key, rewind, and let's have a look at that. Yeah, I'm quite liking the way this one breaks up in one bigger piece, but really I'm not happy with that base. There's a bit too much wobble on it, I think. Okay, I like the way the top piece of this holds together, and you can see we don't have much shattering on it at all. I wanted to create the impression that as the ball slowed down it did less damage. Okay, let's give a bit more weight to this bottom base. A bit more mass, sorry, so let's go col 4 top bottom. There we go. And it looks like, hang on, let me check this. Okay, now for column number 4 I've accidentally got it the wrong way round. I've set the top of the object to have a bigger mass. So that's not what I wanted at all. I wanted the bottom of the object obviously to have the bigger mass. And let me go through and make sure that I haven't done that anywhere else. So bottom set, default mass 3, bottom set, where is it? There it is, default mass 3, and last column, bottom set, default mass 3. Okay, well that explains why this one was still rattling about a lot more than the others. And there we go, that looks a lot better. Okay, so that kind of suits me. Obviously you can continue to tweak the glue settings on the bottom, on the top. There's a lot that can go into this, a lot that can actually be done. If I get a view from the top, we want a good few shards, and especially a good few big shards hitting our actual water pool here. Let's just make sure we're getting that, and we're getting quite a few. And from the front, let's have a look. That looks pretty good to me. Right, let's tell Bullet to just use a ground plane for now so I can see how those shapes skid across the floor. So I'll go back to the Bullet Solver shape node and give it a ground plane. And I'm pretty happy with how that looks, really. What I'll do is I'll just pause the video and I'll play blast it out so we can see it at real time and see if it needs any kind of retiming work done to it. So I'm just going to go up to play blast here on the timeline, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so that play blasted out, and I'll just play this through at full speed. Sometimes when you're playing through on the timeline here, because the simulation is actually not in the frame rate that you're expecting, it's a bit slower. It can look good there, but when you play it back at full speed it can look a bit off. So here's our sim at full speed. It actually looks pretty decent. So, you know, the bigger rocks that are coming off at the moment will be the large boulders, and we'll also have a collection of smaller ones. So I'm going to leave this part here. Now, we're pretty much almost done with the bullet physics now. What we need to do is cache it out so we don't have to re-simulate every time we hit play. We also, next up, are going to take a look at the Alembic cache to do this, and then we're going to move on to Bifrost to get those splashes of water as our objects hit the deck there. Okay, so I hope this has been interesting for you, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off with our 4 pillars being smashed, and you might notice that I've made a few changes to our scene here. So our simulation remains similar. I haven't changed anything but really the glue values and the damping, so I'll cover exactly what I've changed in a second. But first off, I just want to explain why I've changed our scene. When we left off, we had this water kind of collector that went all the way around, and we had a much narrower plinth for these things to sit on. Now, what I kind of came to realize is we don't have enough of a sense of scale within the scene. So we modeled these pillars at kind of 6 meters high, but when they're standing there on their own, it's kind of difficult to tell, if they should be a plant on the top or if they should be supporting a coliseum. So I've actually gone in and just put a little bit of set dressing in. So if I go and unhide my dressing layer, haven't done anything complicated. I've simply duplicated some pillars and built this very, very simple low poly kind of pseudo Roman building. Just gives us a bit more of a sense of scale of what's going on within the scene. So the other thing I've done, apart from keyframing a few values on these pillars, so as we did before when I keyed the glue value of these, lower, so when the ball hit them you got the fragments break up. I've also, on certain ones of them, let's go in and have a look. So on the later column stages, when the columns fall down in larger pieces, I've just gone in and keyed the linear and angular dampening on those to get them to stop rolling about so much on the floor. Really, I spent about an hour going through play blasting out and just keying certain values, basically glue and damping, to make sure that when things hit the floor they weren't overly energetic, and that would be some damping on their linear. So these big pieces that fall down, if you don't key their linear and angular damping up a little bit, they have a tendency to rock backwards and forwards, which was something I didn't really like on the simulation. Now the other thing is that even though we've done this in a scale of about 6 meters, these still don't, even sitting on the building, these still look more like they're 3 or 4 meters high to me. So rather than redoing the entire simulation and rescaling the geometry, an easy quick fix for this is to go into the bullet solver itself and increase the amount of gravity on the scene. Now this is done quite a bit to achieve different looks. The higher this gets, basically the smaller this is going to look, really, and I kind of like the way it falls straight down now. So whenever you do one of these simulations, you're going to spend some time in the R&D process to get the look that you want. Now you might notice on this scene as well that we have no pillar here, and this is because I wanted to go over a very common problem that happens within bullet physics, and that's that when we made our custom shelf, we made a freeze transform that only transformed the scale. This is because, let me just turn my set dressing off for a second. This is because when we create an object in Maya, it's created at the origin of the grid. So I've just created a sphere there, it's created at the origin of the grid, everything is on 0, 0, 0. So when we scale that up, or move that up, the translate, in this case for Y or X and Z, they're going to change here. Now if I make this a rigid bullet attribute, a rigid dynamic within bullet, bullet's going to know where it is, but it needs to know where it is in relation to its world space, which means if we were to freeze all the transforms on this, we'd likely as not run into some problems. So why I'm covering this is, let's put the column in. So we need a column here, so I'm going to just duplicate column 1. So I'll unhide it first, and then I'll duplicate it, Control D, and then I'll simply move it to where I want it to be. Now because we're going to get shrapnel this way, we should probably make this a bullet passive collider. So let's go ahead and do that, create passive rigid body, and we can see there we've got a box collider shape around it. So let's change that over to a hull. Okay, and I'm now going to have bullet show the collision shapes. So you can see here that my collision shape is surrounding my pillar, and these are the collision shapes around this. My mesh collision shape fits to my pond object here, or water container. What happens, however, is when I hit play, you'll see the collision shape for this jumps down there, which means that no collision will happen here, but collisions will happen here. You can see geometry just passing straight through this tower. Now this happens quite a bit in Bullet, which is why I wanted to cover it. And there's an easy explanation for this. This data corresponding to this, translate minus 9.4, because it's been duplicated, is not the origin from the world space. So let me explain that. If I move this back to 0, it should be at the origin of the grid. Whoops, I can't move it back to 0. It still has the Bullet physics system on. So let's remove Bullet from selection and then move this back to 0. Now, that's why Bullet's having a problem. We need this object to have been created at the origin. That's why it happens. So it's important to remember that if you're duplicating objects, or if you've created something that's off-grid, you're going to have a problem with where Bullet sees its collision detection. So there's a very, very easy way to fix this, and you should always go into the solver when you're using Bullet and check its collision shapes are actually appearing in the right place, because oftentimes this is a very common problem. Now, to get this to the origin of the grid, let's just go to Show, Isolate Selected, View Selected, and I can now snap this to the origin of the grid. Or up here I can just actually go 0, 0, 0, and that will move it to the origin of the grid. Now if you're not seeing this, you might need to click out this one here on the toolbar. So a quick, easy way to snap anything to the origin of the grid is just put 0, 0, 0 in here. Now if I look at the channel box, you'll see its translate is on -3, and its translate X is on -3 and translate Y is on -5. That is why Bullet was having a problem with its collision detection. So what we do from here is we reset all of its transforms. We freeze all of its transforms, making sure we get translate, rotate and scale this time. Zero everything back. Now I can go from isolate selected. Now I can move it into position. Okay, now when I make it a passive collider, and let's just make sure that's kind of in a row there, yeah, looks fine. Now when I make it a passive collider, create passive rigid body, go in and change that to hull, have Bullet show the collision shapes, just hit rewind there, and you see my collision shape is here, and when I hit play, my collision shape stays in the right place. So now my geometry collides with the pillar as expected. Okay, so that's a very important concept within Bullet. Most things you create within Maya will be created at the origin of the grid. However, if you have, let's say, interactive creation on, and I'm just going to cover this again because it's one of those concepts that's sometimes difficult to get your head around, but it is quite essential. So if I have interactive creation, let's say, and I create a polysphere and drag it on the grid, you'll see that it comes with a translate X -20 and translate Z 11. So if I move that like so, that is now at the origin of the grid, and Bullet requires these things to be at the origin of the grid. However, if I duplicate this, the new one will come out and it will have similar translate and rotate values, unless I've done something like delete the history on this object or freeze its transformations at some point. So most of the time you are going to get the correct information for Bullet unless you've frozen the transforms. But occasionally you'll run into that issue where you duplicate something and you've frozen the transformations on it for some reason, or something's happened to its history and you won't. So if you're getting this, let's just put the collision shape back on. If you get in this situation where you're viewing your collision shapes and you hit play and one of them jumps over there or to the left, it's probably because your piece of geometry has lost its place in the world according to Bullet. So snap it back to the center of the grid. Well, first center its pivot, then snap it back to the center of the grid up here, then move it back into place, and you'll be all good to go. Okay, so basically that's all I've done to alter the simulation. As you can see, this roof object is now a passive collider as well. Um, and I think I made the stairs a passive collider, I did, and of course the pond object and the plinth, everything is sitting on. But really, I just wanted this set dressing to sort of give a sense of scale for the scene. Okay, so now what I want to talk about is, as far as I'm concerned, the bullet portion of the simulation is pretty much done. I'm quite liking this, it looks quite nice to me. I quite like the way that most of the fragments, if not all of the fragments, no, most of the fragments fall in the water, so we'll be able to create some nice splashes. And what we need to do now is cache this animation out. Now, there are a few ways to do this. An older way of doing it would be to select the object we want to cache, go up to Edit, Keys, and Bake Simulation. This will bake this simulated object down to keyframes. Another way to do it is to use one of the caching systems, and in this case with bullet physics, the best one to use is Alembic. But that's going to run us into another group of problems entirely. So I'll cache this out with Alembic and I'll show you what problems we'll run into. Okay, so if we look under the bullet menu, you'll see export simulation to Alembic. So let's select all of our bullet objects here. So these would be all of our sets, and let's select our sphere. So I'll just shift select this in the viewport, and this has a bullet rigid body attached to it. So you would expect I'll be able to export all this no problem at all. Yeah, it's not going to work, and I'll explain why in a second. So export selection to Alembic, and let's have a look at the Alembic options here. So the first thing is, I'm not dealing with any UVs at the moment, so I don't need this. You need to strip namespaces off. Now, if anything has a namespace on, it doesn't in our case, but if it did, it wouldn't work. You need to also select the HDF format. This one does not work with bullet exportation. So there's a couple of other options we can set here. None of them are really applicable to us in this case, so I'm just going to leave them all standard. The only one we really need to worry about when exporting bullet is this strip namespace. So I'll give it a file name and export the selection. And you'll see here we've got an error. Polyshape1 rigid body is an unsupported type. Now, exporting this way to Alembic will only allow you to export, for the moment, these rigid sets, or it definitely works much better if you're exporting rigid sets. So what we're going to have to do to look at, and this is only applicable, I say, if you're exporting with Alembic. If you're caching out in another way, you won't need to do this, but as I want to use Alembic, because then I can use it with Bifrost later on, I'm going to have to change how this works. So I'm going to take this sphere, and I'm going to strip the standard rigid body from it. So remove bullet from selection, and I'm going to add to it instead a rigid set, which seems, bonkers on the face of it because it's not a set of objects, but this is the way Alembic likes its data to come out. So create rigid set from selected object as we've done before, and then I'll need to go to the bullet solver node itself, and I'll need to find that sphere. There we go, sphere solve state. Initial state, sorry, we're looking for. And now I'll need to give it some initial velocity again, so minus, let's try 26, somewhere around there. And I'll need to change its mass, and I'll try 25. And obviously glue is not applicable, collision shape, hull, and I'll just make that a bit more accurate. And I'll resimulate and see what we get now we've changed the ball. We should get pretty much as expected. It probably could go a bit faster, and I need to hide our column 1 from where I used it to duplicate this one over, so Control H. We just play this simulation again. Smash, smash, mash, and not quite fast enough, or perhaps not enough mass, so we're going to need to tweak that ever so slightly. So let's make it maybe a bit faster, 29, and give it a bit more mass. As I say, there is a certain amount of R&D that needs to be done. you know, with these simulations all the time. I think the speed is causing the ball to actually push this one out too fast. So let's go back to 24. And what I might do is give it some spin. So let's try an initial angular velocity of, say, 80. In fact, let's go minus 80. And let's give this ball some spin so it sort of spins off the columns. Okay. There we go. So that. No, I got some angular spin. You can see there through the wireframe. But not enough. Let's try 180. Okay, that's a bit more spin. What I also might do is, if we look here, I might add a little bit of initial velocity in Z as well. So let's try a velocity of 5. I'm trying to get it to strike slightly to an angle. Okay, that wasn't what I was looking for at all. Okay, what's going on there? Oh yeah, what's going on there is I'm an idiot. X, Y, and Z. I want my velocity in Z, and I've put it in Y for some reason. There we go. So, okay, so that was definitely going out a bit too much. Let's try just 1. Okay, so 0.5 maybe. I just want it to strike at a slightly oblique angle. And now even 0.5 is a bit too much. It's not actually, no. And as I said, between the parts, I spent about an hour. That looked a bit more promising. I spent about an hour tweaking this, just tweaking little values like this to try and get the simulation exactly as I wanted it. But I think I'm not sure that's going to work for us. So let's try increasing the default mass slightly. Perfect. So little increase in the default mass, give it a little bit of spin when it starts. I mean, again, this is all down to the preference of how you want your simulation to look, what scale it's supposed to be and whatnot. So anyway, now we've converted this to a rigid set, we should be able to export this whole scene to Alembic. So let's grab all of our Alembic sets, including the polysphere set, and let's go up to Bullet, Rigid Sets, and sorry, not Rigid Sets, Export Selection to Alembic, and we'll call this Bullet Shatter Ball. Should have the same settings as last time. Make sure in your HDF and Export Selection. Now, because Bullet will solve slightly differently every time you hit play, or every time you hit export to Alembic, you might end up doing this twice if you're not happy with the simulation. So let's say I wasn't happy with that one, I can always just come straight back up and go export selection to Alembic and just export it again. There are small changes in all of these simulations every time you do this, so if you get one you're not happy with, you can do it again. It's not mandatory to keep the first one. Okay, that's exported everything to Alembic, and this time we've got no error messages. So now it's time to save this scene, because we're going to strip it of all of its bullet physics information. So let's come in and just go Bullet, delete entire bullet system, and now I'm going to save the scene as something else, just so I have a copy with the bullet physics intact. This is because if I have a problem re-importing the Alembic cache, or I'm not happy with the animation, it would be a bit of a tragedy to save the one with the physics on it and have to redo it all again. So you'll notice that all of my bullet physics rigid set objects have disappeared. This is fine. I don't actually need to export the passive objects, because the dynamic objects are the ones that have the location information. So I've got no bullet physics on this at all now. As you can see, timeline just whips through nice and quickly. So let's get back on and just re-import the cache now and see what we get. So pipeline cache, Alembic, import Alembic, and just import this one, making sure you're on merge. You don't want to import to the scene root, you want to merge this information with what we have available here. So import, there we go, and as you'll see, nothing has happened because our original geometry has of course been hidden. So let's bring some of it back with a Shift H and just hit play, and there you go, you can see that has brought the cached physics information. So I'm going to unhide all of my columns and my ball. Just bear with me a second. It'd be nice if it just hid the group nodes, but there you go. Okay, and polysphere, and let's see if that came through intact. Yep, more or less. There's a tiny jump on frame 1, but as you can see, it's imported the cache, and we'll deal with that tiny jump on frame 1 in a second. It's imported the cache, and it's nice and quick. Okay, so I think we've got probably 300 or 400 objects jumping around here in viewport 2 with anti-aliasing and ambient occlusion, and it's, you know, nice and quickly. We'll now be able to use this information here to affect Bifrost or nParticles and things like this. So up in the next part, we'll probably start to look at Bifrost. It doesn't really matter, we could do the nParticles section first, but I think Bifrost is kind of interesting, so I think we'll deal with that next. So thank you for watching. I hope you found this interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. In the previous part we looked at exporting our bullet physics to Alembic and then re-importing them into the file so they're nice and speedy, and we don't have to recalculate them every time we want to skip over the timeline. We can now, as we've seen in previous parts, just skip around the timeline, no problem. So one thing I've changed is you'll notice that these columns that fracture apart no longer look fractured at the start. Now I've left this one as an example, but these three don't actually break apart until the ball actually hits them. Now this is a very simple thing to achieve and gives a much more realistic presentation, because, you know, this one looks fractured before anything's actually happened to it, which is no good. So all I've done is keyframed the original columns we had on and off. So if we wanted to do this one, we would want this tower here, this cracked fractured tower, we don't actually want it to be visible until frame 5. Until it starts to break, we want it to be completely invisible. So we go back to frame 1, we select our top and we make its visibility off, so 0, and then key selected. We select the bottom of the column and do the same thing, off and key selected. We then go to the original column model, turn its visibility on and set its key. We then go to the frame where the tower starts to break, so in this case it's about frame 5. At this point, at frame, let's say frame 5, at frame 5 we want to key the visibility of this off. So key selected, and we want to key the visibility of the broken one on again. So key selected and key selected. So let's have a look at this. So it remains one nice solid piece, looks great, and then when the ball hits it, it breaks. So this just really helps sell that illusion that these are solid pieces of geometry before they're shattered. Okay, now that's looking pretty decent, quite liking that. And it'll also stop any slight wobble that these already fractured objects might have over the first few frames, where they perhaps haven't settled down as much as they should. Just gives us a much better breaking illusion. Alright, the other change I've made is I've modeled this very simple box here, and it literally is just a box with two edge loops that correspond to where these locations are, so just one here and one here. Then I've taken the faces here and just extruded them outwards. This box will actually form the basis of our Bifrost liquid, which we're going to get on with now. Now, at its present state, Bifrost's, how shall I say, incomplete. If you've done any work with fluid solvers before, things like RealFlow, normally this works by simulating a base liquid, and then from this base liquid you would calculate splashes, foam, wet maps, things like this. Well, Bifrost is not quite there yet. It just calculates the main body of liquid. So actually it means although you can't get the full range of effects out of it, hopefully in Maya 2016 they'll have updated it a bit. Right now we only need to really worry about the base liquid. So this shouldn't take us very long at all. All we need to do is add a base liquid. So this will be the emitter for our base liquid. This will be a collider for our base liquid, so it doesn't just leak out onto the floor. This floor plane will also be a collider. And I just want to quickly run through how to create a liquid, how to drop stuff in it, basically how to get its resolution to the right point, and then finally how to create a mesh around the particles Bifrost generates, around the voxels, so we can render it later on. I'm not going to cover the actual rendering, but you know, we'll want to generate a mesh anyway. So let's start off by, once you've got this box or you've opened my scene, which in this case is called Stage 5 Bifrost, we need to turn this into an emitter. Now, as we have no Bifrost liquid in the scene, the easiest way to do this is to go up to the Bifrost and click Create Liquid. This will make this that we've got selected a emitter, and you can see I've got some particles being generated here. Now, if I select the cube, so, you know, in fact, I'll probably rename that Bifrost emitter at some point. If I select the cube now, we can go up to its attributes, and we'll see under its shape node it has this extra Bifrost tab with liquid emission. Now, for us, we want to turn off continuous emission. If we don't, it will just keep emitting particles over and over again. And as this is a freestanding body of water, all we want to do is fill it up and then have it stop emitting. So I'm going to tick off this continuous emission. Now, really, we're going to deal with density a little bit now, as this density is set so this liquid will look like one of these squares is 1 meter. Again, the same with bullet, 1 unit is going to make up 1 meter. So that's going to be a little too large. So I'm going to turn the density down just a tad, and as we did with the bullet simulation, I'm going to turn the gravity up. So if I go under the Bifrost liquid here, and Bifrost liquid container, gravity magnitude, set it to the same as you set for your bullet physics. So in our case, I think that was 20. This will help the overall liquid not be too energetic and too splashy. It'll also help it look smaller. We don't want to make it look, you know, like it's a top of a glass of water, but neither do we want to make it look, you know, too big for our purposes. So just a slight increase in gravity magnitude. I'm going to go ahead and hide the polycube which we used for the emitter so we can get a better look at the particles. And right now, if I hit play, you'll see the simulation actually happen. Now, it seems to have just disappeared, but if we click on the Bifrost liquid node, what you can see is it's generated the first 4 frames and then it's stopped. The reason it's done this is because our playback speed is not set to play every frame free. So just set that. I'm going to rewind, I'm going to hit play, and you'll see this yellow area. Well, that's the Bifrost computation, so it's still actually computing these. When it goes green, you'll see that the computation has been done. Okay, so it's pretty fast, but it is at quite a low resolution. This voxel size of 0.5 is really low res. This is really what you're going to use to control the overall resolution and quality of your Bifrost simulation. And if we take a look at where our liquid is, it'll be all the way down here somewhere. So as you can see, it doesn't continuously emit. It just comes out as 1 dollop of liquid in the right shape and falls, of course, straight through the floor, because we haven't yet told Bifrost that this is a collider. So adding a collider to Bifrost is fairly simple. I select the Bifrost container, I select the object I want to make a collider, and I go up to Add Collider here. Okay, that will now create a Bifrost collider for us. You'll see that all this green has now disappeared. Every time we play a Bifrost simulation, it calculates it. Now, if it's a simple situation like this, it's pretty fast. When we get to more voxels, it'll be quite slow. So you'll see the yellow indicates the frames that are processing and the green indicates the frames that are done. Now, before you start dealing with anything a bit bigger, it's important to note that Bifrost caches out to RAM by default. So if we go up to the Bifrost options, you'll see here I've got this set to use 12 gigs of RAM. Now I recommend you keep this smaller than the total amount of RAM you've got, otherwise your system will have terrible problems with slowdown and whatnot. So I've got 16 gig on this machine, so I leave mine at around 12 gigs. And for me, I also override the disk location for the Bifrost cache, because this will be going on my network drive in its default location, because that's where my project is saved. But Bifrost caching can get huge. I've already run this Bifrost simulation a few times, and at 10 million particles the cache size was about 100 gig, and personally I don't want that going backwards and forwards over the network while I'm working, so I've just changed mine. If you're on a primary SSD drive or something like this and space is of a concern, then you might want to update your cache location, because it will get large, you know, in the tens if not hundreds of gigabytes large. Alright, so basically set that before you sort of start tweaking the voxel size to a reasonable degree. So now we have a collider on this. So if I go up, you'll see under the pond cage shaped node, I've got a collision, and I've got a collision thickness. Now this collision thickness is an important value. The collider mode also is set to solid. So Bifrost will see this as a solid container. It won't see the hole in it. So in order for this to work, we need to set it to shell. Okay, and now it's gone up and we got some particles. If we want to see exactly how many particles we've got, we can go display Bifrost HUD, and you'll see I've got 14,287 particles that make up this liquid. So again, if I hit play now, and I'm going to stop it on frame 14, I don't need to process everything. And what we need to check for, if the thickness of this container is thick enough, we won't have liquid breaking through the bottom. So a good thing is you might want to reduce the thickness or increase the thickness depending on if your container leaks. For example, with a thickness of 0.1 and a low resolution like liquid like so, I would assume we'd get some leakage, if not lots of leakage. So let's just stop that, go to one of the cache frames, and you can't see the liquid. That's because with the thickness being set so low on the collider, the liquid's just ignored the collider altogether and fallen through the bottom of the shape. So if you're having problems with your collision objects leaking, you might need to increase the thickness. Sometimes you'll need to go even higher than 1. 2, 2.5, 3 is not that uncommon. Okay, so let's just check this again and make sure that liquid is not draining out the bottom. Okay, so we've got a little bit of liquid drainage coming out right at the back there. We can try increasing the thickness to maybe 1.5 and going again. Just stop that and let's see. And now we're getting no liquid draining out, it looks like. Let's go a few frames forward. No, so as I said, sometimes you'll need to increase the thickness, and this is especially true when working with low resolution liquids. Now the other thing to note about Bifrost is its computational speed will get slower when the Bifrost container gets larger. So if we did have a stray particle sort of smash through the bottom, it does happen. A collision can cause a particle to force itself through a collider and it dropped down here. By the time the simulation ended, this Bifrost calculation shape would be huge. So, you know, we unnecessarily slow everything down. So to avoid this, I'm going to go back to the Bifrost liquid and I'm just going to turn it off. So I'm going to go up to the Bifrost liquid container and turn this off. So the reason we turn off the liquid solver is because we're going to add a kill plane to this, which will basically, it's a straight plane that kills off any stray particles that might fall out of the confines of your simulation for whatever reason. Now the reason we turn the liquid off is when I put this kill plane in, Bifrost will attempt to calculate it as I move it, so this is going to slow the whole operation down. So in order to put the kill plane in, we select the Bifrost liquid, turn it off and go Bifrost, add kill plane. And now you can see, if I just move this under, I've got this little plane here that will kill off any particles that fall out of the simulation. So I'm going to put that in. I'm just going to make it a little larger. I'm also going to, at this point, add the other colliders that we're going to need to interact with the liquid. So the first one we've added is this. The second one we'll need to add the stairs, of course, because they'll be submerged in the liquid. But we'll also need to add all of these little bits of debris that fall into the water. Now I could just select all of this and make it all a collision object, but I don't want Bifrost to go through calculations it doesn't have to. So I can quite plainly see which of our pieces of rock have gone inside the collision shape here. So I'm going to select all these pieces of rock, and really this is a bit of a pain if you're dealing with multiple objects, but it will save you time during the liquid calculation phase. And calculating a high resolution Bifrost liquid can be a very time consuming task. I mean, you should look at spending a few hours on it. So the quicker we can make it, the better really. So it's better to take a couple of seconds just to select these individual collision objects. Now I'm just going to pause while I select these, and I'll be back when they're all selected. Okay, so I've got all my collision shapes selected. I think I've got them all, even the ones sort of under the stairs here. I've got the stairs themselves, of course, and I'm just going to go up to Bifrost after I've selected the Bifrost container as well. So I'm just shift selecting, of course, and then Bifrost, add emitter again. add collider. Okay, and this will make all these objects collide with our Bifrost liquid. So our liquid will collide with the main container, the stairs, and all these little pieces of rock that fall in. So I mentioned before that our resolution was quite low. Now let's have a look at exactly how low it is. So I'm going to enable the Bifrost container and wait until this is calculated. Now to get a better view of what's happening, I'm going to turn on the voxel display. So up Bifrost shape, under display, we'll turn the particles off and turn the voxels on. Now you can see that the resolution of these voxels, they're really big. They're actually bisecting the container itself. So at this kind of resolution, you're never going to get a very good simulation. I mean, we've got 9,143 particles, and my guesstimate for this to get a really good sim would be probably about 1 million particles. So let's come in and just tweak this. Now you don't want to go too low too quickly, because this scale is not sort of 2.5 will not give you twice as many. So if I go down to, let's say 0.4, let's see how many particles we get generated in the sim. Okay, and I'm actually on render quality. I'm too used to looking in the wrong place. I obviously want master voxel size, not render quality. So if I go down to 0.4 here, sorry about that, you'll see it regenerates, and this has started to bisect less. It's much tighter to the container, and I've gone up to 18,500 particles. So let's put this at about 0.2, and that should give me over 100,000, I would think. Yeah, just over 100,000. But if I come in now and look at the voxels, they're kind of in. You can still see they're a little raggedy, but this is probably pretty good for doing a preview. You don't want your final liquid size, because I say that final liquid size of about 1 million particles we'll aim for. That'll take maybe an hour or maybe 2, depending on your machine, to calculate. So I want something I can just get a look to see how these splashes are reacting, and make sure all my colliders are in place and whatnot. We can see that voxels are especially ragged around here. So again, we will have more quality, but for right now, I'm going to have Bifrost calculate this, and you can see the yellow's going in and the green is now much slower to calculate. So this will probably take around 10 minutes, I would think. Now, if you're not seeing this yellow calculated, it's probably because you have your timeline not set on play every frame free. I'm not sure if I've mentioned that in this part. I'm just going to stop this, and I'm going to turn the playback looping to once. And as I said, if you're getting just a couple of frames generated in the green and then it stops, it's probably because your playback speed is set to real time. Make sure it's set once again to play every time free. And you can see I've generated the first few frames. The first few bits are starting to strike the water. So some have gone through and I can see the collision shapes are happening. You know, the resolution is quite low, but at this speed it's sort of livable. I'll spend 5 minutes doing this rather than spend, 5 hours doing a larger one, only to discover that, something's gone horribly wrong. I've forgotten to add a collider or whatnot. So this scale of about 100,000 particles is normally enough to give you an idea. So I'll pause this out and run a play blast of it when I'm finished, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so I've cached this and let it play blast out, and you can see it's far too energetic, and I'm getting collision breakage happen here from the side. So before we just crank up the resolution, a lot of people have a tendency to sort of go, okay, this does not work, so let's just keep cranking the res higher and higher, which is indeed one way to fix the problem. I want to make this floor plane a collider as well. So let's select the Bifrost liquid and then select the floor plane. Oops. There we go, and just add collider. Now, again, one of the reasons I do these low-res tests is simply because I'd forgotten to add that, and if I'd had a huge resolution, I would have been very unhappy with the fact that, I'd had liquid leaking through the floor because I'd just forgotten one simple thing. So in the case of a floor plane, our mode needs to go to shell because it's just a single thickness plane. Okay. And that looking good. Now as I said, before we crank the resolution up, there's a couple of things we can look at here. Now under emission, you've got this transport step adaptivity. This will make the simulation more accurate and could help with a lot of the leaking out there. So I'm going to put this from 5 to 0.95. Now artistic attributes, we could be looking at droplet threshold, which is how droplets form, but until we get to a higher res, the standards are normally pretty good. And as for particle distribution, we want more detail at the surface of the liquid, so I'm going to turn that to 3. Okay, and I've gone now from 100,000 particles to 300,000 particles. So it's not always necessary to change this master voxel size to add more calculations and more particles to your scene. So let's come down here and collision voxel scale. Okay, the smaller this is, the better it's going to detect collisions. So I'm going to put this on 0.8. I'll try to start with. Okay, you'll notice it's taking a little bit longer to generate with 300,000 particles, obviously, than it was with 100,000. And let's have a look at that. Okay, so this is looking a bit more accurate around the edges here. So we've got a bit more accuracy in, but hopefully without putting too much stress on the system. And this should be decent enough for another test. Now let me have a quick look through. Start frame. I may increase the gravity ever so slightly just to get the look I'm after. And under the Bifrost shape node, I will probably, let's have a look. Okay, I'll probably do this after it's cached out so I can show you, but the difference between the white and blue liquid you see displayed here is really how fast it's moving. So I can tweak the details on that so we can get a better look at how this is splashing. But for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and cache out with these new settings. So basically we've added a bit to the transport step adaptivity, which will make the simulation more accurate, and we made the collision voxels slightly smaller, which will also make the collision calculation portion of this more accurate too. So let's just run through this one again. And as you can see, this time it's quite a bit slower. So I will pause between this and I'll see you, and I guess this will take about 20 minutes, maybe a bit quicker, maybe 10. So I'll be back then and we'll watch the play blast and see what else we can tweak to make the simulation look better. Okay, welcome back. So now we have more accurate collisions, but we're still getting some leakage. If I play you through it, you can see our collision detection is better, but we still get some leaks here. We don't get those extraneous particles that are flying around all over the place, which is a good first start. Now we can stop the leaking fairly easily, but there was one other thing I wanted to show you. This display all in blue, for debugging purposes, for looking at what's happening with the liquid, it's not that good, and it's because our liquid is quite small and it's not moving that fast. If we go down to the voxel display and the color channel is velocity, the maximum velocity it takes to turn a particle white is 20, and that's a bit too high for this. So if I set that to 5 and play blast again, you'll see that it comes through. You can already start to see that we can get a much better look at what's happening with the liquid. And when this one falls in, you can see it go white. So it's easier for us to see what's happening to the liquid. These spillages here that just shouldn't be happening are now much more obvious as well. So, remapping this color to a lower velocity allows us to have a better look at what's actually occurring. Now, to stop this leaking, it will probably stop when we increase the master voxel, and I nearly did it again with the render quality. When we increase the master voxel size, we'll probably cut out a lot of this leaking. It's still because we're pretty low res. We can also go to the container itself, and as I said before, if we look underneath, we are getting some definite leakage out the container itself. So I'm going to increase the thickness to 2.5. I'm going to sim this out, and again, one of the reasons we use any smaller master voxel size is because you'll probably have to do a few test sims, which means that, again, we don't want these to take hours. About 10 minutes I find acceptable to sort of tweak it and dial it in. So I'm going to pause once again, and I'm going to do this just so you don't have to. I think it's better to get a visual representation of what these things do. So I'll be back again in 10 minutes, and we'll take a look to see if increasing the collision thickness on this shell here has made any difference, which I think it should have done. Okay, so I'll see you in a second. Okay, so adding some collision thickness to our main collider here has definitely helped us when it comes to leaking. So we've got no leaking out the sides of the container. There's a bit that comes over the top there, but that's actually wash from what you can see. Now the reaction is still a little energetic, but you have to bear in mind that once the resolution goes up, these will look like fine sprays of water. So actually it's looking pretty good right now, except from the fact that it's rather low res. Now, from here, you can start cranking up the master voxel size. Now, before I do that, I would like to go back and, because our simulation starts, bang, by frame 10, you're into the simulation. What I'd like is to give this Bifrost liquid a little bit of time to settle down, and also for the viewer that's going to watch this, I'd like to give them a moment so it doesn't happen in the first sort of microsecond that the animation starts, to just be able to see the scene and try and figure out what's going on. So this currently is starting at frame 1. I want it to start at frame, say, 25 maybe, by the time the ball hits the first pillar. Now, because we're using Alembic to contain all this information, we can actually stagger the start time of Alembic. So if I go up to display and then go tick DAC objects only, untick that, you'll see here a whole bunch of other nodes have come available. Now somewhere I should see the Alembic node. So if I click that, I can put it offset maybe 20 frames, which means that Alembic will now start to bring this information in around frame 20. So if I increase this to 120, because we have an extra 20 frames now, and I'm going to turn the Bifrost liquid off temporarily. So that gets rid of the Bifrost liquid. You'll see that the animation stays for 20 frames. Now obviously I'm going to need to go in and rekey the visibility on my towers, because they're not actually fracturing now, they're actually 20 frames ahead. And there's a very nice easy way to do this. I can grab this column 1, shift click, and then middle mouse drag this up to, say, that would be frame 25 now, and then that should do it. So when the ball hits now, there we go. So I'm just going to need to move these keyframes. You can either reset them, or you can just kind of grab them here. And the same with this one. This one's at 7 and 10, so I should be able to just shift click. Hang on, sorry, that's at 7 and 8. So I'm going to move this one to 28. and this one to 27, just to take account of that offset. Actually, this one went to 28, yeah. Okay, and that should now be all those first two ducks in a row. Okay, so I'm going to need to change the keys on the shattered columns as well, but really it's not much of a big job. I'll do it in between the parts. So now we have these first sort of 20 keyframes. It gives people enough time to take a quick look at the scene before the kind of smash happens, and it gives the Bifrost liquid a little bit of time to settle down. So I'm going to go back to display DAC objects only, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to turn the Bifrost liquid back on. So Bifrost liquid container, enable, and I'm going to pause now and I'll re-sim out, and what I'll do is I'm going to call an end to this part. What I'll have when we come back is I'll have just rekeyed our pillars here, and I'll have a play blast for you of this liquid again, and from there we'll look at increasing the resolution and working on the meshing. So I hope you found this part somewhat interesting, and I will see you after the break. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. So we're going to continue on with our Bifrost simulation now, and as promised I've playblasted us from the last part where we've just added a few extra frames to the start to allow the liquid to settle a bit. So let's take a look at this now. And you can see that we are definitely more settled. We're not getting those great horrendous leaks anymore. Our resolution is still low. But if you look at the simulation carefully, which I have done over the course of time, the strikes on the liquid were not quite registering all of them as much as I'd like, and our liquid is definitely having volume problems, by which I mean it kind of shoots up and then it just sort of dies off. It doesn't come back down again. It's just sort of, it's not happy. I've spent some time looking at this, and you can generally change this behavior a lot of the time by upping the amount of particles. Sometimes it can be as simple as you don't have enough particles in the scene to deal with the information that you're trying to get out of it. But to me, it looks like because our stones hit so quickly, if I turn the Bifrost liquid off just so we can have a playthrough. Let's go to Bifrost liquid container and have a play through the animation. I mean, some of these have taken a single frame to go from the top of the liquid to halfway over the container. Now, because we used a standard collision object on these, they've all got a thickness of 1. So one of the first things I want to look at is to change the collision thickness to 2, the same way I did here. Now, it would be a pain in the backside to go through and manually select each one of these and change it like this. So you can grab them all together like so. And it's still a bit of a pain in the backside, but this way is easier. And after you've grabbed them all, okay, so I just paused there for a second and just shift selected the rest of them. So after you've done this, you can go up to the attribute spreadsheet editor. So let's go to Window, General Editors, and we should see here Attribute Spreadsheet. There we go. And now you can see I've got all these Bifrost collision thickness. So you've got various different things you can set here with all these poly surfaces, the visibility on and off. If we go to Shape Keyable, you'll see here that all these poly shapes have a Bifrost collider on them, and their Bifrost collider thickness has all been set to 2. Now I've obviously missed 1 or 2 of these when I did it originally, but we have so many of them that they're not going to matter. So I'm just going to select all the Bifrost collision thicknesses and just turn those to 2. And this way I can come in and grab a ton of these all at once, and 2, there we go, final, done. Much faster than trying to sort of grab them one at a time and go in, find their collision, and then find the collision thickness and turn that up. Now, normally on Maya, if you're working with, say, nRigids, you'd just be able to go up to Show, None, and then Show nRigids, or nParticles, or nCloths. But because Bifrost is so new, we can't do this yet. So it is a bit of a pain. I'm sure they will add something in 2016 to allow you to just do the same as you can with nParticles or whatnot. But for right now, select all your Watsits, all your colliders, and just go up to the attribute spreadsheet. You can change everything through there at the same time. So now that's going to take care of one problem. That's going to register the hits better for us, I would think. Another problem I want to look at before I turn the liquid is there any of these that are flying a bit too fast? If I come in and go through frame at a time, occasionally with bullet physics, you'll get that one stray bit that goes across, you know, an entire 4 or 5 meters stretch in one frame, and that's not going to be good for us. So I'm just going to click through and check there's nothing that's going too fast. Now there's one, in my opinion. This one, if I go backwards, we can see it's one of the pieces that breaks off the bottom here. Oops, let's just get that to where that's about to fall in. And you should just be able to see it on top of the screen coming down now, and it clonks across the screen much faster than anything else. Now it won't make that much difference to us, but because it's under the water when it breaks off, I don't want to calculate it, so I'm just going to come in and take that one off. Now again, you could probably skip doing that, but it will, you know, speed up the simulation, and I don't think that we want something going that fast underwater, not just yet anyway. So I'm going to take this one off as well. It kind of wobbles about, and I think I did have a quick look earlier and I couldn't really spot anything else that was sort of super speedy. Everything else looks absolutely fine. Okay, so a couple of things just to be aware of. You might need to change your collision thickness on your small pieces hitting the water, especially because they are very small, and you might need to double check your simulation just to make sure you haven't got those 1 or 2 pieces that are going 5 times as fast as everything else that might kind of ruin the look of your sim. So let's come back and turn the Bifrost liquid back on. It's a Bifrost liquid container, and let's enable the liquid. I'm going to set the gravity just a tiny bit higher as well, I think, because those plumes were coming up a bit far, and now we've changed the collision thickness, we're going to get a lot more collision interaction with the water, so they're going to come up even higher. And basically I'm going to leave everything the same. I'm going to do a play blast, which is going to give us a result that's not going to be wonderful, but I want you to see what it's like before we change it so you can see the difference. So I'm just going to come up here now, and I'm going to click through to sim this out, and then I'll play blast it, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so I've play blasted that out, and now we've increased the collision thickness. Every single piece that's fallen into the water is actually striking the water. So I think you'll see the difference with this play blast, the difference it made when I click play on this play blast. So as you can see, there's a lot more strikes on the water. The problem is that now it looks like it's been, I don't know, maybe hit by the hammer of Thor. There seems to be a lot more water coming out and shooting up in the air than could possibly be in the tank. And this is, you know, what's going on? Well, the answer is actually, it's quite simple. Maya is trying to calculate hundreds of strikes on the liquid that are moving very quickly. So it's exploding the volume. You'll notice that if I can zoom in, I mean, we're also not really having enough voxels and enough particles here. Liquid is being struck forcefully enough to actually yank it away from the side of these steps. So we're asking Maya to calculate 2 higher moving collision objects. So, you know, within the space of 2 frames, the liquid is trying to move more than it should be. Now, we looked at this transport step adaptivity, and we turned this up to 0.95, which will mean that Maya evaluates the liquid across a smaller subset of the voxels, but it's still not enough. I mean, we can plainly see that this here is obviously not a very accurate representation of what would happen if a few of these dropped in the water. So a very simple way to kind of alleviate this, and again, this comes with trial and error. This depends on how quickly your objects are moving, how many objects you have, how much you're asking your liquid to do, the scale of your liquid, but you're going to need to give it more transport steps. So let's set this on 10,000, and let's set this to 200. So we're going to force it to take a minimum of 200 transport steps every time and a maximum of 10k transport steps per time. Now this will slow us down, but not as much as you might think. I think this would take about 5 minutes with this set at 1 and 1000, and maybe 5 minutes 30 seconds, 6 minutes with this set at 210k. So it's not like in this case, it's not like cranking your final gather settings up to 1000 and then having to wait an extra 5 hours per frame. This might take an extra minute, and I think you'll see. And once again, I will recache out and replay Blast. I think you'll see a huge difference between those two. You'll see the liquid this time, when everything hits it, is much more settled. The volume of the liquid doesn't simply explode and expand, and I think you'll see a difference. So I'll be back in a minute and I'll show you that, and hopefully we're then just about finished with the simulation element of this. We're going to obviously increase the resolution of it because it's still a bit lumpy, and we're probably going to play with the droplet threshold, which will allow us to create slightly more droplets. It's also faster to simulate with droplets because they're calculated on a ballistic trajectory as opposed to calculated as part of the master liquid. So that will speed up the sim and give us a bit more splash. So I'll be back in a second when I have yet another play blast for you. Okay, welcome back. So I actually did a couple of play blasts. I increased the gravity magnitude a little bit, and I just increased the min and max transport steps a little bit too. I'm not sure this was actually necessary. They're probably absolutely fine at 210k, but I thought I'd increase them just so I wasn't play blasting too much. And this is what we got. Now you'll see the liquid still looks very energetic and very blobby. This is simply because of the resolution, and obviously that will die down a bit once we get some resin here, and those blobby parts will break up a little bit. But as you can see, it all remains one cohesive whole now. If you watch the liquid slide about, we don't get that where it comes up and just disappears and appears to be very disjointed. So for this low res, this is kind of looking okay to move on. As I probably previously mentioned, I don't like to increase the resolution too much at the start. I like to be able to do some diagnostics first. So I think I've got pretty much everything I need now. The only thing I would change is where we're seeing these kind of large plumes come up in the air. So let's just see if I can find those. So I'd like these to break down more into droplets, sort of spray, as opposed to this cohesive whole. And obviously that will break up a bit with resolution, but let's give it a hand. So I'm going to change the droplet threshold to say 0.9, maybe 0.85. Again, it comes down to the look that you're going for. So I'm going to try 0.85, and of course then I'll have to play blast out again, or not play blast but just simulate out again. So I'm not going to do the whole thing. I'm just going to simulate up to around frame 40 this low res, and then I want to talk about meshing. Now, regardless of what resolution we have our fluid at, how many particles, how many voxels, the meshing will remain the same. The thing is, meshing is quite slow, so I prefer to demonstrate what's happening on a lower res fluid, and then when we come to the end of this part, hopefully in the next few minutes, we'll look at caching this out permanently to disk, both the final mesh and the particles and voxels themselves. So I'll be back in a minute when this is calculated a few frames, and I shall speak to you then. Okay, so I've let that sim out a few frames, and let's talk about getting a mesh around this thing, because you can render as is. It will just render the voxels, but you're never really going to get anything that looks particularly great. So let's go into where we see the Bifrost liquid. And you can see under the Bifrost shape node, you'll scroll down and see a tab called Bifrost Meshing. Now when I hit enable, this will create a mesh around these voxels. So let's just hit enable, and I'm going to hide the liquid itself so we can just see the mesh. So actually I can see the mesh now, and you can actually start to see details that you couldn't see before. See, we've got some splashes here that weren't accounted for by the voxels, or at least were made very difficult to see by the voxels. And you can actually see that these large pieces that splash up here aren't quite so large right now. So if we look at the mesh itself, it's a little far away from the edges. So the first thing I want to address is that. Now, if I take a look under the meshing options, again under the Bifrost shape, you'll see I've got a surface radius of 1.4. Now let's hide the liquid so I'm only seeing the mesh. And let's just come in here and assign an existing material, and let's just assign a Lambert to this so we can see it a bit better. And I'm still seeing that Bifrost mesh. Let's just click back one and see if it goes away. No, I'm still seeing the Bifrost liquid in the display. Okay, I guess I'll just live with it. Should be, bear with me a second folks, should be able to go in and turn it off. There we go. Just turn off the voxels. So now I get a better look at what I'm dealing with. And my liquid is quite thick and lumpy looking. Now again, part of that is resolution, but we can deal with that under the meshing attributes too. So let's come in, and the biggest thing to do is increase the resolution factor. Now, as I said before, the surface radius will determine the radius around the mesh. The radius of the mesh is, excuse me folks, the radius at which the mesh is generated around the voxels. So if you use a smaller surface radius, you'll get a tighter to the voxels mesh. So if I do a surface radius of say 1, you'll see this shrink down quite a bit, become much sharper and much more high frequency. And the same with the droplet radius. I'll go down to 1. Now depending on the look you're going for, you can go even finer than this. If we go up to the resolution factor, and I show you here, we don't have a lot of res in this, being that it's, you know, a continuously moving liquid, and we go up and change that resolution factor to 2, and this will take a while. You can end up with, you know, fantastically large meshes, but using the Alembic cache or the GPU cache, it's not really such a big issue. So there you go, that's really smoothed out my mesh at a resolution factor of 2 there. Okay, you can see it's still very blobby because of the lowered resolution, but you can start to see now, maybe I'll have a slightly less surface radius, 0.8, and you'll see this thin out a bit. With this higher resolution factor, obviously it's taking longer to generate the mesh, and there you go, all this stuff thins out quite a bit. So again, you're going to have play with this and find out what the best mesh setting is for your particular scene, but this seems to be an okay mesh setting for me. So now I've got that, I'm going to flip the mesh off. I'm going to rewind this to the start again. I'm going to go into the Bifrost liquid and once again display its voxels. Okay, so I'm going to flush the cache because I don't need it anymore. So under Bifrost, let's flush the scratch cache. Sorry, I seem to be having problems with English today. And look at the number of particles and voxels that we're using within this scene. Now at the moment I've got 150,000. I like to go up to maybe 1 million. So if I put this from 0 to 1, and this will take a while now. Okay, at 1 I have 896,000 voxels, so maybe a little more trim off that, so 0.7, let's try that. Okay, at 0.7 I'm at 2 million particles, so you might want to come down a bit, but it shouldn't really take that long. So I'm going to leave it at 0.7. I'm going to generate this out with 1.6 million voxels and 2 million particles. But rather than just hitting play now and doing this whole thing in the scratch cache, because this can take sort of half an hour, 2 hours, depending on the size and complexity of what's going on. I would imagine this one will take about an hour. So, you know, I don't want to accidentally rewind, lose my scratch cache. I want to generate a permanently saved to disk cache. So I'm going to come up to Bifrost, and under the Bifrost options, I'm going to disable background processing, and I'm going to disable scratch caching. I'm going to hit apply and close. Then I'm going to wait because it's going to have to refresh. So as soon as that's finished, I can go here, Bifrost, and compute and cache disk. Now let's pop open the options. You want to give this a cache name and hit create. And as soon as you do that, you'll see this starts moving along, but in this point, instead of being green and orange, it's going to generate blue to tell you you have a permanent cache. So I'm going to hit create, and I'll be back in a second when that's cached out. Okay, so that's cached that out to disk now. As you can see, the bar at the bottom has gone blue instead of green. It just means I have a permanent cache. And if I look under here, I've got enabled disk cache, and the settings there that I gave it up here under Bifrost compute and cache to disk. So with that done, I also took the liberty of doing a play blast at higher resolution, because we simmed out with many more particles, and you can see the result we've got is a lot better. Okay, so we're not having that problem with disappearing liquids and whatnot. It's not splashing and spilling all over the place. And it took me a while, and in between the parts, I did come in and do this at certain resolutions to see what looked the best. And sort of between 1 and 2 million particles seemed to be enough for this. Okay, so that looks pretty decent to me. Now I'm going to come into the Bifrost shape. I'm going to turn all the display off, the particles, the voxels, whatever you're using to display. And I'm going to come down and turn on the mesh that we had before. So I've already done the settings for this. I know I want a smaller surface radius and a droplet radius. So I'm going to flip this on, and that's going to generate out for the first frame. As soon as that does that, and I'll just pause while this is generating the first mesh, and with so many particles, this is going to be a very high-res mesh, so it's going to take quite a while to generate. And I'm then going to show you how to cache the mesh out so you can actually still work within the scene. Because right now, if I skip a frame, it's literally going to take 2 minutes to update, and we want something nice and rapid. So I'll be back in a second when it's created the first mesh. Okay, so that generated out the mesh for the first frame. It took about 2 minutes, which means it's probably going to take 2 minutes per frame. Now you can always lower the resolution. If you look under the Bifrost liquid, we put the resolution at 2, which I'm going to leave mine at, but if you want to work with a less dense mesh, then you can always drop this down. You can drop down the smoothing to make it less smooth, which will also decrease the density of the mesh, because as you can see, we've got a hugely dense mesh here. In fact, just clicking on it in the viewport took, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds from click to update. So it's untenable to be working with this as is. So I'm going to export it to Alembic again. I'm going to go up to pipeline cache, Alembic cache, export selection to Alembic. In this case, I'm not going to open its options because the options will become available to us when we hit this button anyway. So give it a name. I'm going to call mine Bifrost Liquid. And these are the things you want. Now I always strip namespaces, it's good practice. I'm going to write the UVs out, and in this case I'm going to write color sets out. Now Bifrost meshes calculate within them, in these color sets, the vorticity and the velocity. This information is then used by Bifrost to generate sort of a fader, a shader that can do a fake foam. So if you don't click this right color sets, then you won't get that capability. So I'm going to go ahead and hit export selection, and then I'll be back in a second when I've read this Alembic file in. Okay, so I've gone ahead and wrote that Alembic file out, which was the mesh, this Bifrost mesh file. And now I'm going to go and turn off, well I've actually already done it, I've turned off my liquid solver because it's no longer necessary, and now I'm going to import the mesh again. So just pipeline cache, Alembic cache, import Alembic. Now I can use the GPU cache for this, but then I won't be able to shade the liquid within the viewport. There is also a couple of drawbacks to using the GPU cache. It is a lot faster though. So what I tend to do is use the Alembic cache import for the final render and use the GPU cache while I'm still working about with the scene. So if I go to GPU import and I import Bifrost liquid. It's just the same cache type, it's Alembic. The GPU cache will allow you to import Alembic caches. Now this will take a minute or two because it's such a large file, 6.26 gig, so I won't be including it with the project file for obvious reasons. But you know, these can get much larger than that. I've generated them for large scale scenes that have been well over 10 gigs. So as I said when we started to work with Bifrost, be prepared to have a bit of hard drive space knocking about. Anyway, I'll be back in probably 30 seconds, a minute maybe, when this is ready. Okay, so you can see here I've got this GPU cache as designated here by this little sort of lightning arrow, and this mesh, as I say, is incredibly dense. You know, if you were working with this without Alembic, it would be pretty much a nightmare, really. You know, I want to jump about. Look how quick that is. That just jumps about all over the place. And you know, if I unselect the mesh, select the mesh, it's very quick, including the fact that I can just rewind and play. I mean, it's probably not quite as quick as a Play Blast, but it's pretty damn good. Now the problem with this GPU cache is it doesn't support all the features of a standard Alembic cache. For instance, this material right now, if we do a material attributes, is actually a Lambert and it's grey. Let's make it a black Lambert, and you'll see everything goes black because this is Lambert 1 except this. So you won't see any shading in the viewport. Let me just flip Lambert 1 back to a grey so we can see what's going on. But you see, you know, our liquid is not affected by this, even though this material is assigned to it. Now if I go up here and go assign existing material, Bifrost liquid material, you can see it hasn't changed at all. If I render this, however, it will have the Bifrost liquid material on it because I had the Bifrost liquid material on it when I cached it out. The problem is that this GPU cache doesn't yet seem to support the importation of those colors we baked out, which is the vorticity and velocity information on the mesh, so the Bifrost liquid won't be able to create any foam. But for simply, you know, hopping around in the viewport, doing some play blasts and, you know, continuing to model as you maybe would want to see exactly where your water was to bring certain features in, this GPU cache is superb, very quick. So depending on what you're going for. So I'm going to delete the GPU cache, and now I'm going to bring in the more traditional Alembic. So this is what I would work with now, and again import. This is what I would work with now if I was going to use, let's say, a render, if I was going to do a batch render. So if I'm working with just sort of hopping around the scene, I'm clicking to a different point in the scene and it just about updates, and there you go. So it's not exactly uber slow, but the GPU cache, depending on your graphics card of course, will be faster. Now as we can see, when I import this through Alembic, not through the GPU cache, but just through the standard pipeline cache Alembic, it comes in with all this wonderful color information on. And if I do a play blast now, this is the information for vorticity and velocity. So let's see this in a play blast. And you can see this is nowhere near as fast as the GPU cache. I mean, you can't really blame it that much. It's dealing with a hell of a lot of polys. So render time, I use the Alembic cache for these, and all other times I use the GPU cache. So I'll be back in a minute when this is play blasted. Okay, so having play blasted that out, you can see this liquid has no vorticity, no velocity on it until obviously something interacts with it, or if we had wind blowing and it was moving. But right now it's kind of still, as you would expect if it's just sitting there. And you can see all the lovely information we get with this. So what this does is allows the Bifrost shader to now actually apply foam effects to the top of this liquid. There are certain other things it's useful for that we're not going to cover right now, but because we ticked on our export if we go up to look at our export options, so pipeline cache, Alembic cache, export selection to Alembic, we get that information because we click write color sets. So it is important to remember to do that. It now means that when I assign the Bifrost liquid to this, so assign existing material Bifrost liquid, that my let me see here, Bifrost liquid, where are you? There you go, Bifrost liquid material, that my diffuse remapping and foam remapping within the Bifrost liquid will now actually work, which it wouldn't if you exported this mesh without those color sets turned on. So really that's all I want to go over with Bifrost for now. I mean, we've got a fairly decent mesh here, and as I'm not going to be rendering the scene, I'm going to bring in the GPU one again, just because it's quicker to work with. So again, GPU cache import, and import your liquid. Now it's quicker to work with, as I've said, to skip around the viewport, but if you render, you do want to go back to the proper Alembic cache, not this GPU one. So I will see you in the next part, and we'll take a look at some nParticles to add some more detail to our exploding columns. And as I said, none of that detail is necessarily going to hit the water. It's more of a sort of cloud of fine particles, just to add a bit more believability to our simulation. So thank you for watching this part, and I really hope it hasn't been too disjointed for you. I've been caching out and play blasting a lot, so I've been having to pause and stop the video for 20 minutes and come back to it. So I hope it hasn't been too disjointed. If you have any questions, you can always grab me on the forum over at simplymaya.com, or you can get me at david@SimplyMaya if you have something specific that you want to ask. And I'll see you back in the next part. We start to take a look at some nParticles. So thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the previous part we finished off our Bifrost simulation, and I've got it loaded in here through the GPU cache. So we just want to look at where we left it, and it's about here. And with that GPU cache, it's still pretty nice and fast to play back in the viewport. Now, one thing I'm not so happy with is the amount of actual debris that comes out when these pillars are hit. Now, it's fine for the purposes of simulating in the liquid. I think it looks good, and to be honest with you, if we'd created a lot more debris than this, what we might have ended up with is a situation where the simulation would just take far too long to calculate. You know, at the moment I think we've got about 50 or 60 pieces that collide with the water, but I'd like some very small debris just to give a sense of some, you know, greater impact on this. I think more pieces would actually be visible. Now, I don't want those to interact with the water, which is why we simulated that first, but I do want them to be in the simulation itself and a bit faster moving than these larger chunks, because I think the smaller pieces would explode outwards quicker. So in order to achieve this, I'm going to use nParticles. So we're going to look at a different way to get sort of debris in Maya. So we've used bullet at first, and nParticles we'll use now. Now the collisions will be less accurate, and the actual way the geometry rolls around will be less accurate, but we're talking about very small moving, very fast, very small moving objects here. So we can fake it to a certain extent. And generally, when you're going to put maybe another 500 or 600 objects per pillar, it's not actually worth doing this with bullet unless you're going to do some sort of real slow motion type effect. nParticles will be much faster. So I'm going to take the top of our column 1 first and isolate it. So I'm just going to go up to show isolate selected, view selected, and this is because I want to see which of these pieces that I want to use as emitters for the nParticles. So for me, basically, it's going to be every piece that's sort of moving about. So rather than grabbing these and then going up to particles, emit from object, which will create an emitter under each of these objects, because of the way this is cached out, I can make sure I've got what I want selected. then rewind, and it's most important for us to rewind, then mesh combine. Now if we dip back into the viewport and go view everything, you can see here that I've got this as one combined object now. The reason for this is when so if I select one of these pieces now, they'll all become selected. When I add an emitter to this, it will add one emitter. If I try and add an emitter to each individual one of these that I'm going to have to keyframe on and off, it can be a giant pain in the backside. So I like to combine first, and the reason you have to rewind is if we combine them here now, so if I went now to mesh combine, this would destroy the cache on our animation. So you have to make sure that you rewind first. Once we've done this rewind, we can select this piece of surface, and to make sure that it has the same keying as pillar 1, I can just come up and drag and drop it with the middle mouse button into the top. That way it will be hidden until it's needed. Now the reason for this is because we keyed the group itself, the group visibility. So when we do the same thing with the other pillars, the same process will apply. We'll find the bits that we want to emit extra broken rubble from, and we'll drag that back into column top 2. Okay, so now we've got this, we need to have nParticles emitted from it. So select the object, go to nParticles and create nParticles, emit from object, and let's pop open the options box and have a look. So I'll just reset mine. Now emitter type is going to be surface. We want particles to be emitted from the surface of this object. And rate per second, we'll turn that down to 10 for now, just to make sure. Speed 0, we don't want them emitted at any speed right now. And everything else looks about right. So let's rewind. The type of nParticles I had as well, by the way, was set to balls, as you can see. So if I grab one of these chunks, when you go to nParticles, create nParticles, you've got various different types. Mine's ticked to balls, which we'll be using for this. So let's have a look. So basically balls just kind of continuously fall out from these pieces at a very sort of low rate. So the first thing, let's change the size of those balls just so we can get a look at how it might look when they've got geometry instanced to them. So if I come down to particle size and I change this radius to 0.2 instead, you can see actually that radius might be a bit small for visual purposes. Let's try 0.8. There we go. Now we can see them. Okay, you can see we just get very small balls now continuously emitted from this geometry. Okay, which is kind of not what we want. We want these balls to be emitted on the frame where the pillar actually smashes. So for us that would be frame 25. So I'm going to go to frame 24. I'm going to look under the nParticle, there we go, and under here you should see emitter 1, which is the emitter from all this geometry, and I'm going to set a key on its particles per second of 0. Then I'm going to jump to frame 25 when it breaks and set a key to, let's say, 200 for now. Set key. And I don't want that to continue for very long. I don't want it to continuously emit particles. This will be our debris. So it should be an initial wallop of extra debris in there. Let's see. For maybe 1, 2, 3 frames. So I'll set a key there. And on frame 29, I'll set a key of 0. Okay, and let's see what happens to us now. Okay, as you can see, we get quite a few of these little particles born, but they're not actually interacting the same way as the explosion. Kind of just born and then fall down, which is not perfect for our purposes. Now, the nice thing about nParticles is you can tell them to inherit the speed of the emitter from which they were emitted. By which I mean, if we look at this piece now, let's skip forward a few frames, that's currently flying this way and dropping down one of these balls, I can tell these particles to inherit that speed. So let's have a look under the nParticle shape, and under emission attributes you'll see an inherit factor. Now if I make that 1, it will inherit the same speed as the emitter from which it's emitted. So let's have a look at this now, and that's a bit better. Now we're getting extra particles kind of coming in the same direction as the smash. Okay, so let's make that an inheritance of 1.5. Now it'll have 1.5 times the speed of the emitter. Now this is great for us because the smaller particles would probably explode out faster. Let's have a look. Okay, pretty good. That gives us extra smash. Okay, what we need to do is create some colliders, and eventually I'll have these nParticles collide with all of these columns, but for right now let's just select our basic collision objects, so anything the nParticle might bump into, and go to nMesh menu down here on the marking menu and create passive collider. Oh, actually I just unselected those, sorry about that. So the main colliders in the scene and nMesh create passive collider. There we go. And this will create a bunch of n-rigids down here, which we can change the thickness of them and whatnot, rather like changing the thickness of the Bifrost container. But these should be fine. I mean, the point of this is to get lots of particles in the scene with lots of little rocks attached to them. It's not to be stunningly accurate because they're going to go pretty quickly. And as you can see with our balls there, we're looking pretty decent already. We get more interesting things going on here. Now, they're extremely bouncy, these things, if you look at them. So let's go and sort out the bounce. So let's go up to nParticle and let's have a look. Lifespan is fine, they're going to live forever. Collisions, let's go bounce 0.1. The last thing we want them to do is, when these have got little rock geometry attached to them, we don't really want them to bounce out the water like little rubber balls. We want them to hit and kind of stay. There we go, perfect. Now they're kind of just dropping off. Okay, so let's look at getting a few more of them. Now there's a lot you can do with this. If we go on to the nucleus, and the nucleus is the solver for this, we could increase or decrease the gravity. So if you wanted them to, fly a bit further, you can always decrease that gravity and they're going to kind of spread out and fly further and higher. But I'm going to leave mine perhaps on the default 9.8. So you can change air density and wind speed. I'm going to tell the N solver, the nucleus, to use a ground plane. That way I'll have an infinite ground plane. So if these smash out and hit the floor over here, you should see them collide with that, and as you can, there we go. Okay, and if we go and look under the particle shape, we'll be able to see how many of them were actually born. If we look under count, there's only actually 33 extra particles in the scene. So let's look at creating some more of those. So under the emitter, where we've got the emitter keys on frame 25, I think, let's try 1,000. And let's set a key, and then we have the last key on frame 28, so let's set 1,000 here too. Okay, let's have a look. And now we have many more. So that should be more than enough. That might even be a bit too many. Now, the reason why I haven't put colliders on these yet is because of the lots of little pieces. I'm going to wait until I've got all of these towers giving off these particles when they're hit before I start to put any more colliders in the scene. I just wanted to get the large colliders, sort of this house and this water trough here in, so I can kind of start doing some R&D on how fast these inherit. And the nice thing is, because they're nParticles, you can use any of the minor fields to help control them as well. So if you wanted to put a little drag on there or some turbulence, you can, which is very nice. But for right now, I'm kind of happy with the amount of particles coming out of this and their kind of direction and flow. So again, now it's just a case of putting some particles on the second tower. And what I will do is I'll go through the second tower now on screen, and I'll do 3 and 4 off camera because the process is really exactly the same. So just to run through it once more, we're going to select the top, we're going to isolate it just to make it easier to see. I'm going to play this forward, and I'm going to select the parts that are sort of the fastest moving, the parts that have come out. I'm going to make sure to rewind, mesh, combine. Okay, now again, turn off the view selected, and there is my object, which will become my collision object. So at the moment it's not hidden, so it's just middle mouse drag it into column 2 top, so that will be nice and hidden in there. And there we go. So again, nParticles and add an emitter. So nParticles, create nParticles, balls, the type should be, emit from objects, and we should have the same options as last time. Yep. And let's just make sure that's on surface, and we've got no speed. Okay, create. So as you can see, we're getting those coming up. Let's go under the nParticle shape and change that radius to the same as the other one, which I believe was 0.8. Oops, 0.8. Okay, and then we're just going to need to do the same trick. Well, we're going to need to find the frame where this tower actually smashes. Let's come back in. So I would say 27 is the one just before it smashes. So let's look at emitter 2, turn this to 0, set key, and 1, 2, 3 frames. Okay, so let's do 3 frames again. So on frame 28, let's set this to 1000, set key, and this might be too many. You know, once you've got the actual geometry in here, you might find it a bit too many particles, a bit too many instances, or you might find it a bit less, but it's easy to change. Let's go 3, set a key, and 4, and turn it off. Whoops. So set key, and let's have a look at this now. Okay, you can see they're just falling straight down, so we need to give them some inheritance. So under the nParticle shape, we'll look down, emission attributes, and give them an inherit factor of 1.5. And now let's check that out. Oops, excuse me, bloody Windows update there. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting much more of these kind of little particles, and these ball shapes are probably a bit too big. By the time I instance geometry to these, they'll be a lot smaller, so you won't actually notice that they hit the water and don't make any interaction. They'll be so small and there'll be so much going on that it shouldn't be an issue. So I'm kind of liking this. So between the parts, I'm just going to do exactly the same to the other 2 pillars. So really the only thing you need to worry about is remember to rewind the simulation before you combine the geometry. If you don't do that, you're going to run into lots of problems. Remember to have an inheritance vector, and just simply remember to key on the particles when you want them and when you don't. In the next part, I'll have, as I said, columns 3 and 4 done, and we'll take a look at creating some geometry to instance to these particles, because obviously we don't want the effect of sort of blue, green, and orange, red particles dropping about the place. Okay, so there was one thing I've just noticed again under nParticle shape. If we look at the collisions on the second one were very bouncy, so you might want to turn that bounce down to 0.1. I'd also advise you maybe to play a bit with the friction and the stickiness of the particles, depending on the look you're going for. I'm not going to cover every single facet of nDynamics because it's huge and I could literally go on for weeks, but you know, we're going to get what we need, and hopefully from there this will give you enough information that if you're doing a different simulation, you'll know how to use the basics of nParticle system for this type of thing. The other thing I wanted to see is just check the count and see how many of these things are actually born. So 166 on particle 2, and how many on particle 1? 166 on particle 1 as well. So this will give us 166 extra little bits of rock, which will definitely help sell our simulation. Okay, so thank you very much for watching this part, and I'll see you in the next part when we cover instancing geometry to these, getting them to rotate properly, adding the other colliders and things like that. Hi, welcome back. Now in this part we've gone ahead, or actually I've gone ahead in between the parts and set up columns 3 and 4 as well to also emit particles in exactly the same way that we did for columns 1 and 2. Now if you look, you can see these kind of slow roll off of particles, and I want to do something to address that. That's the first thing I noticed as I've been playing this through. That because we're using balls or spheres to simulate this rubble, what's happening is they're rolling rather nicely, but they're rolling a bit more nicely than the actual rubble itself would probably do. So I'm going to take anything it collides with, predominantly this piece of geometry here, and I'm going to increase the friction on the end rigid connected to it. This will stop the rolling effect shooting off the end. Because as I probably previously mentioned, I'm not going to give this exact collisions with the geometry because it would just take too long. I mean, this is for very small particles, so really we can get away with faking it a bit. But you know, you still got to watch out for anything that has some excessive roll. So for me, I'm going to increase the friction to maybe 0.45, and this should help with what looks like the continuous drip of particles off the end of this at about frame 80. So you can see they're really having slowed down now and stopped. So this leaves us with more bits of debris on this platform, which I'm quite liking. Now we'll probably do some more R&D as we go along, of course, some tweaks. But the first thing I want to show you is how to get some geometry on this. So instead of these blue particle balls, we'll have some actual geo. Now I'm going to come into all my nParticles, which is, you know, column 1, column 2, 3 and 4. And I'm going to turn 2, 3 and 4 off. So just untick enable. Now I'm going to do this, it helps speed up the process, and then I can come back in and see which is doing which in terms of nParticles. So for instance, if I turn on number 4, you can see that because number 4 has a tendency to fall straight down, the particles it emits won't really shoot out that much. So for debugging purposes, it's quite handy to turn these on one at a time and see what's going on. So as you see, number 4, it just sort of really drops its particles on the floor, which is what you'd expect. I mean, it itself just kind of fractures and splinters downwards, so you wouldn't really expect it to have debris shooting off, so that's nice. So again, very handy to be able to turn these on and off individually just to see what's going on. So instead of the particles, we want to replace that with geometry, and to do that we're going to need some geometry to replace it with. So I'll be using soup for shatter and scatter, so we can scatter points around and then shatter. And I'm just going to take a standard polygon sphere, and I'm going to go show isolate selected, and I'm just going to shatter this into little rocks, and then I'm going to use those to act as the small pieces of debris. So let's go up to our soup shelf here and scatter. Now remember, in viewport 2 you probably won't be able to see it that well, but we don't really need to. I'm going to do 1,000 points for the point scatter density, and then I'm making sure I'm selected on that scatter. I'm going to go up to shatter. Okay, and as we don't need these to be particularly close, I'll give them a distance of 0.1, auto evaluate, clean up and bake result. Now this might take a few seconds, so I'll just pause. Okay, so that took maybe 15 seconds, and I've got the shattered result here, which we can't see because we are on isolate selected. So let's go view selected, select the shattered result, isolate selected, view selected. And here is our shattered sphere. So let's assign it a material. See, assign existing material, Lambert 1 will be fine, and you can see it's, you know, left a fairly big gap as we told it, which is nice enough for us. Now I'm going to come here, I'm going to go mesh separate, and I'm going to get rid of some of the outside pieces just so I can get to those inner pieces that are all fragmented. There we go, and There we go. So that gives me sort of a random collection of rocks here in various different sizes. Now let's have a look and see how many pieces we've got. So we've got from 316 to 4. Yeah, we've got maybe 100 in there, I would guesstimate. So we've got plenty of pieces. Now I'm just going to center the pivots on all of these pieces. So modify center pivot, or you can use our tutorial shelf as we did earlier. And now all the pivots are centered. I'm going to just change the translations on all these pieces to 0, 0, 0. So they're all at the center of the grid. Perfect. And then I'm going to delete the history. So delete by type, history. And finally, I'm going to freeze the transformations on all these objects just to get them ready to be instanced. So modify, freeze transformations. Okay, and now they can be used as particle instances, and these are probably a little bit too large. Let's just universally scale them down. We can scale them as well after we've connected them, but I'll get a sort of reasonable size. And then we need to come off isolate selected. We need to use those little pieces of rock that we've just made in place of the particles. So let's get that on a frame where we can see a bunch of these particles together. There we go. And let's start by selecting particle 1, which is this, and we're going to need to put an instancer on it. Now an instancer will allow us to replace these particles with geometry. So let's just go up to nParticles and instancer replacement. Let's pop that open. And I'm going to reset this so it's at default. Now by default it's just put the nParticle object in there as an instance. We don't really need to worry about anything just yet because we can change these options later on. So you can give it a proper name if you want, but as it will be called instancer 1 and it's connected to column 1, that will probably do for me. Now you've seen what's happened. It's tried to instance particle 1 onto itself. So if you look in your outliner now, you'll see this node here called instancer 1. Let's just remove this. Now we need to select our shutter geometry and control select our instancer. And in this case, I'm going to select all these pieces individually and then control select the instancer and hit add selection. So you'll see here we have got 76 items, so 76 random bits of debris. And as you can see, they've all come in and they're all a little bit smaller than the actual particle itself, which is fine. I'll just reduce for now the size of the nParticle object, and we'll take a look at that in a minute. But for right now, let's just put this down to say 0.2. And this gives us little bits of rock. However, if you look, you'll see that even though we've told the instancer it has 76 different objects, these are all exactly the same object, which is no good, and they have no rotation, and they look very unrealistic. So let's come in and address that a little bit. Let's go to the instancer and make sure we've got all our frames in a row. Now, you can't actually change the cycling of objects by putting this to sequential. You have to write a little bit of mel to change these around, and it's fairly simple. So if you've never done anything like this before, not to worry, it is quite easy. What we need to do is we need to first of all break all the connections on these. In fact, they're completely oops, excuse me, that was a bit of an error there. There we go. These are unnecessary, and to be honest with you, you can break the connections on them or you can leave them alone. It really doesn't matter. These are for the shading and radius of the particles. So I will be changing this all as we go. Now I want to create an index to randomly select a piece of geometry. So when this breaks through, rather than all these being identical, I want to create an index that will randomly select one of those 76 pieces of geometry. So I'm going to go to Add Dynamic Attributes General. I'm going to give it a name, rand index per particle. I'm going to make this a floating point and a per particle array attribute, and I'm just going to click Add. And you will now see a rand index pp up here. If you don't see it, try load attributes. Sometimes this doesn't refresh, so you can always make it refresh by hitting load attributes. So if we go to creation expression, and that was just a right click and creation expression, I can say rand index pp equals random number between 1 and 76. Easy enough. So basically I've told the random index that it's between the numbers 1 and the number 76. So I hit create, and you'll see this has now gone to expression, but these haven't changed. This is because we need to tell the instancer to use this random index. As you can see, they're still all the same. So if we go up to here, under nParticles still, not under the instancer itself, but actually under the nParticle shape node, you'll see it's also got a section for instancer, and its instancer notes tell us it's connected to instancer 1. We want to click allow all data types, which allows us to use all of these data types. An object index, give it the index that you've already made, so random index pp. And let's try this. Now you can see, if I click the instancer to highlight this geometry, now you can see it's all different. Okay, some of them have got a little bit of nParticles sticking through. Now this is not really an issue for us, because if we were rendering, we can just turn off the under render stats the primary visibility of the nParticle, and that will turn it off. If we want to see this better in the viewport, you can just go up to show and untick nParticles, and that will get rid of them. So we'll do that just for now, just so we can see. But as you can see, we've got a fairly varied collection of shapes and sizes of random bits. So let's just play that through and see what it looks like. Okay, now the first thing that leaps out to me is our random bits, they're not rotating, which makes them look very unusual as they fly along. So let's grab our nParticle here, nParticle 1, and let's come up until we find compute rotation. It says somewhere. Rotation, there we go, compute rotation. And this will be fine on the default settings. Let's take another look at this. And they're still not rotating, because we have to tell the instancer that they've had the rotation computed. So let's go down to where we find the instancer settings and set rotation to rotation pp. Now the reason you need to key on compute rotation here is because rotation per particle doesn't become active until you do that. So once you've done that, set the instancer options to rotation pp. I'll click on the instancer so our geometry is highlighted, it'll be easier to see, and you can see that they're now rotating. See, when they hit the floor you can see them rotate around. Okay, let's get a better look over here. As they hit the ground, you should see some rotation going on, and you can see this one spinning around in the air. And this is not really physically accurate rotation by any means, but it will give the illusion, especially when it's moving fast with some motion blur. Let's check that out. Okay, that's looking pretty good. It definitely looks much larger now with just those few extra bits and pieces in there. Okay, now we could vary the scale of the objects in here too, the scale of these little pieces, which is also quite simple. Let's go into the nParticle and let's add another attribute. So let's go to general, and this time we're going to make a vector, and we're going to make it a vector because it deals with X, Y, and Z. So, and per particle, and we'll call this one rand size per particle, and just hit add. And again, if you don't see it straight away, rand size per particle, just hit load attributes and that will refresh this. So creation expression, let's see, if I wanted to make something random but I need it to be uniformly scaled in X, Y, and Z, let's create one variable. So float rand s equals random function, let's say, well, let's put a big value in just so we can check that it's working. Rand 1 to 10, so that should do this. We'll create a floating point variable called rand s with a value of 1 to 10. Okay, now we need to come in and let's see, we want to influence RND size pp. So let's just make sure it's listed up here. There we go. So now I can copy this from here, paste it down here, and say rnd size.pp equals, and so this variable, so anywhere between 1 to 10 in x, y, and z. And that should do it. Okay, so let's have a look now. Let's grab the instance up. Okay, and these aren't resizing, it looks like, so I'll probably have to go in and under the instance output down here, under scale, I'll turn this to rand size pp, and as you can see, some are at size 1 and some are at size 10. So we've definitely got that random scale working. Okay, and now I can see these rotating. So let me just stop this, and I'm going to come in and change that scale, because 1 to 10 was just so I could demonstrate it was actually working. Let's come in, rand size, creation expression, and let's change that random size from, say, 0.7 to 1. Let's just get a little variation there, edit. Okay. Okay, and that's looking better. That's given us some tiny debris here. And it remains for us to now do the same with the other columns. So again, I'll do this the same way as I did before. I'll do one more on camera, and then I'll do 2 and 3, 3 and 4 off camera, because I think a couple of repetitions can help cement the process, but I think sitting here watching me and doing the same thing 4 times in a row is probably not so interesting. So again, we need to create an instance. Now we don't need to create another shattered object, we'll use the same one. 66 different pieces gives us plenty of variation. So just click on nParticle2, go up to nParticles and create instancer replacement. Now again, nParticle2 will be the instance object, which we don't want, but for now it's fine. Now, particle object to instance, you have to make sure that this is set to nParticle shape 2. Otherwise, you're going to end up in all sorts of kerfuffle. And again, when you do nParticle 3, it will need to be set to nParticle 3 and 4. And when you do 4, it will need to be set to 4 and blah, blah, blah. So let's just create that. There we go. 3. Let's scroll down. And in fact, did I just create that on nParticle 3? Now, if you've got confused, like I just have, you can go up and use the dynamic relationships editor. And you'll have to excuse me for this, because sometimes when I'm speaking to camera, I lose track of what I've just selected. My apologies. But anyway, quite a valuable thing to know. What you're going to need is the dynamic relationship editor. So under relationship, go to dynamic relationships, click on your nParticle 3. And this will tell me there's no fields, no colliders. There is some emitters on it. The emitter number 3 is on it. And let's have a look at all. Okay, so nParticle 2 is connected to emitter 2, nParticle 1 is connected to emitter 1, and unfortunately it's not showing me instances. Apologies for that. So let's go to the instancer itself and look up what it's connected to. nParticle 2. Okay. So I hadn't made a mistake. Let's just remove this and nParticle shape. Let's check the instancer. Okay, instancer 2, instancer 2. Okay, so these are connected together. Let's have a look. So we'll select our shattered geometry. So I'm just going to shift select to the bottom, and then I'm going to control select instancer 2. I'm going to add this to here. I'm going to turn on particle 2, because I believe we had it previously turned off. I'm going to turn off particle 1 and just make sure that I get some instances out. And there we go. You can see we've got the same thing happening where all of these instances are identical. So again, we can just copy what we wrote for particle 1. So let's go to creation expression. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go to particle shape 2, and I can't paste it in just yet because obviously we don't have the attributes. Let's make them. One is a vector, which I believe I called rand size pb. So we need one vector variable to contain x, y, and z. Let's add this, and then let's add another one called rand index pb, and this one will be a floating point because it will be a floating point number, and per particle add. And then we just need to come in here and creation expression, change the nParticle shape 1 to nParticle shape 2, or indeed whatever you have called your nParticle. And I've got a rand size and a rand index. Just make sure I gave them the same names. So I did. Create rand size. Did I give that a different name? Let me just check. Yeah, I think I spelled it differently. There we go, spelling mistake. So now I've got the same thing, nParticle 2 rand index equals rand 1 to 76, nParticle shape 2 random size equals random, which will create a value between 0.7 and a 1 using our floating point variable. Now let's close that up. Let's go down to the instancer and make sure we've clicked allow all data types, turn the scale to rand size pb, and change the rotation to, I can't actually do the rotation yet. Let's do the object index and change it to rand index per particle. Let's come up here, click compute rotation, and back down, and let's go rotation type, rotation pp, which should be here somewhere. Okay, if you're not seeing it, again, it's what happened. Even though I've clicked compute rotation up here, it hasn't refreshed this. So let's go to load attributes, and now when I go to rotation, I should see a rotation pp. There we go. Make sure scale is on random size and object index is on object index, and let's have a look what's going on. So let's select instance 2, so the geometry it creates is highlighted. And there we go, there's our little bits of debris working rather nicely. Let's make sure they have some form of rotation. Looks like they do. Yeah, I can see this one tumbling. Okay, and as you can see, the collisions, especially when adhering to the floor, are not perfect. They're nowhere near as good as the bullet simulation. But we could create thousands of these based on particles really quickly and easily. So let me just make sure I've got everything in a row. I'm going to turn on particle 1, enable. I've got particle 2 on. I have got under the particle 2 instancer an expression for the random index, so we get different geometry randomly. I have got an expression on the size, so we can get a random size in between two numbers. I've got the scale set to random size, the object index set to random index, and the rotation set to rotation per particle. So it looks like all my ducks are now in a row on columns 1 and 2. So I'll do a quick play blast and we'll see what that looks like. And if that looks okay, I'll go ahead and do columns 3 and 4 in the break. And then I'll see you after when we'll discuss some other bits and bobs. Okay, so here's our play blast, and you can see our little bits of debris there, really kind of helping to sell this. Because the bigger bits are brilliant done with bullet, but these little tiny bits, you can see how many of them there are, and you really wouldn't want to calculate all of these with something like bullet physics, unless you were doing sort of a really slow, super slow motion animation, or maybe you were doing an extreme close-up. But even in that case, I would do it a different way. I really, like to use something like bullet physics for the bigger chunks, and particles can be used for the little bits of dust and debris and, you know, the tiny rocks. So I'm thinking this is looking pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and do the second and third columns. Then when we come back, we'll look at putting the rest of the colliders in, some other bits and pieces to do with nParticles, but also the final tweaks. And then I want to discuss Maya fluids for a bit of dust. We need a bit of dust. And then finally, I want to take you through the process of just quickly adding something in here, because at the moment we're using this ball that smashes the geometry, but it's not very exciting. So we're going to crash some sort of vehicle in through here, probably an aeroplane with a wingtip just kind of shattering through the columns, just to give us a bit more interesting scenario. Okay, so I hope you found this part somewhat interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So I've gone ahead and added instance object to our nParticle 3 and 4. As you can see, I've got an instance of 3 and instance of 4 with all our geometry in, and the scripting on nParticle 3 and 4 is exactly the same. We have just got, let's look under the shape node, we've got a random size and a random index, and then under the instance options we've got in scale, random size, object index, random index, and rotation. Compute rotation was turned on. So exactly the same as we did before, really. And the other thing I've done is I've increased the output on the emitter on nParticle 1. So if I jump to frame 24, you'll see it's still keyed at 0, and at frame 25 you'll see it's keyed to 3000 instead of 1000. I wanted nParticle 1 to actually spit out more particles, and if you remember, before it was 166, now it's spitting out 625 different pieces of debris. So I've taken the liberty of doing a play blast so you can see what that looks like now it's all together. Okay, so we've got quite a lot of debris now. Looks much more interesting and more believable than it did when it was just, you know, with sort of 60 or 70 random broken pieces. Okay, I also varied the size a little bit more. So under the scripting, under your random size, look at the creation expression, and before it was set to 0.7 to 1, now it's set 1 to 1.4. And again, this is all dependent on how big your initial geometry was to start with and the kind of look you're going for. If you're looking for tiny pieces, then obviously you want this lower. If you want them to be bigger, you want this higher. It's for the scale. So okay, so that was the changes I made. Now I think probably with this many particles coming out, there might be a bit too many. So let's just change that. Let's go up to the emitter. And where I've got this first keyed from 0 to 3000, I think I'll change it to 2000. Set the key and come here. And that goes there. So I'll set this one as well, the end key, frame 28 to 2000 as well. And set the key, and we should have, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to emit less debris. 600 pieces of debris was maybe too many. Now the other thing is, if we look at the play blast, or if we just look here, you'll see this got a bit slower because we're now calculating a lot more of these nParticles. Okay, and if I just pause that, you can see that our collisions really don't make that much sense. They're bouncing off the back wall quite nicely, and they're hitting the floor, but they're not hitting the other pieces of debris, neither are they hitting the columns. Now, as I said, we'll be adding colliders to these. The reasons I didn't to start with is because with all these colliders in the scene, this will become pretty slow. Which is fine, because we're going to, as we've done with the Bifrost liquid and as we've done with the bullet simulation, we're going to cache this out anyway. So I just didn't want to work with all that slowdown while we were, you know, getting our prep done. So I'm going to select columns, all of the columns, and all of the main columns here, and I'm going to add an N rigid to all of them. Before I do that, I'm going to save the scene, and then just go to N mesh and create passive collider. Now this is going to create an awful lot of passive collider. So as you can see, each one of these yellow points is now a passive collider. If I play it through now, it'll be really quite slow. As you can see, this is really slow. So our next mission is to cache this out. So basically we'll play it through once and that will act as a cache. Now I've actually stopped that. It's not actually that slow, but it is slower. So as soon as we get some particles here, you'll see that with the collisions in place it looks more realistic, but we don't really want to go through this every single time. So we're going to need to put some cache on here, and the way we're going to do that is, unfortunately, Alembic doesn't support nParticles yet. If it does by the time you're watching this video, by all means use Alembic. It's what I would prefer to do. Unfortunately, for me, it's not supported at the moment. So I actually use a little script which you can get from here. So if you can see the web address there, and I'll actually put this in a README file. And what this does is it converts instance into geometry, which basically means that it's going to take all of our instance pieces here, our little debris particles. It's going to make them actual geometry, and then we're going to edit them as well. So we're going to be able to edit them as if they were geometry. So this gives us the other option that if you've got a few pieces too much here, maybe falling into the water, we'll be able to select them as normal geometry and just delete them. So this technique of converting instance objects into keyframe geometry is far more flexible. We'll then be able to take these bits of debris one at a time, edit any we don't like, we'll be able to get rid of them and whatnot. So the first thing you guys are going to need to do is go and download this script. It's free. It works, is about what I can say for it. It does the job. So if you grab it from this site, which again I'll put into the README file, and this is how you execute it. Now if you have just dropped that into your scripts folder, so obviously when you download a script you need to put it into your Maya scripts folder, which is generally Documents, Maya, your Maya version, so in my case Maya 2015, and there's a folder called Scripts. Put this script, sag instance geometry.py, into any Maya scripts folder, and then use this command to start it. Now when you drop a script in, it's usual that you would save your scene and restart Maya. If you don't want to do that, just type rehash, and this will search through your scripts folder for any new scripts. So if you don't want to restart Maya, you can always just you can always just insert the rehash command, which will force Maya to have another look in the scripts folder. When you've done that, we want to come up to the mail bar here, and we're in Python. So post the start command for Python and just go up to command execute, and you'll see I've got my instance at a geometry GUI here. Now if you want to make that a bit more permanent, you can just select it all from here, middle mouse drag it up to our tutorial shelf, and you'll see there I've got a little Python icon, which when I click will bring up the GUI. So if you're going to use this a bit, you might want to stick it on as a shelf button. Now from here you'll see it's got start from current frame ticked. Well, I'm going to untick that because I want to do a playback range, which for us is 1 to 120. Then from there I'm going to select an instancer, and you can see we've got over 203 rigid body objects in this particle simulation now, which is what makes it a bit slower. So I'm selecting an instancer and I'm going to hit convert, and this will run through the playback and convert this instancer into actual Maya geometry. So let's hit convert, and as you can see it's playing through here, and when this finishes I'll be back. I'll just pause so you guys don't have to watch this play through, but I'll be back in a couple of seconds when we'll talk about, now we've got actual geometry, we can start to get rid of the particle system that creates it. Okay, so that finished. It didn't take long, about a minute, and if I scroll down to the bottom you'll see I've got an instance of geometry group created, which is now the geometry. So if I go and turn off all our particle systems, let's come and turn off all these particle systems so we know that they're not emitting any geometry. And you can see my debris is still there. You can see my little tiny rocks. Let's go down and highlight that and do a render isolate selected, sorry, a show view selected. And you can see here is all the debris that has been created as now a kind of standard Maya geometry, really. So at this point, we've got some debris that's kind of been trapped. If we look at isolate selected, view selected, it's kind of been trapped in between these fragments. When the tower's collapsed, it's sort of trapped it in there. So one thing now, we have this as normal geometry. If this was still particles connected to an instancer, we'd be kind of stuck at this point. We'd have to kind of live with this. But because we've now used this instancer geometry script, we can come in and go, let's see, view selected, and maybe we don't actually need all this rubble that lands on top of the tower. So I can grab a few of these. Yeah, that's a few surfaces in there. And just get rid of them. So I'm just going to save the scene before I do this and hit delete. And there you go. Now I don't have anywhere near as much trapped geometry. So I could get rid of the rest of it as well. But actually a bit of it sitting on there looks quite nice. So let's do a run through. Let's go to show isolate selected, view selected. And I'm going to get rid of these nRigid markers just by going show nRigids. Okay, we'll get rid of the markers. I'm going to select my group, and if you look here, you'll see that this is all keyframed. So all of the animation on these pieces now of debris is actually keyframe animation, standard traditional keyframe animation that you can edit in any way you please. So let's rewind. And this will still be quite slow because it will still have the nRigids to take care of, and before I convert the other three pillars, I'm going to leave them in the scene, obviously. So let's come in here and I'll do a play blast and we'll have a look at what that is like. So I'll just hit play blast. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, so I've play blasted that out now, and I've left my new geometry selected that we created from the instancer. And as you can see, this is now perfect. I don't get too much debris stuck on here. And if I run into that situation where I really don't like these last 3 pieces that drop in, I can simply go into Maya, select these pieces and hit delete. So I've got far more control now than I would if the geometry was created from a simple instancer. So right now I don't need particle 1 in the scene at all, really. I can get rid of that. But before I do anything drastic, I'm going to select the other 3 instances. So I'm going to select instancer number 2. I'm going to rewind the video. Oops, rewind. And I'm going to hit convert. And this will convert instancer 2 to geometry. And then I'm going to do instancer 3 and instancer 4. So basically select it, make sure you're on frame 1, make sure you're on the playback rate. In this case, we're making instances of the geometry instead of duplicates. That just means if we edit the vertex on the original geometry, the instance geometry will also change. It doesn't mean we can't change it, but for now, that's not really something we need to worry about. So let's just hit convert on this, and we'll convert this from an instancer to geometry. Okay, and I'll pause and I'll just convert instances 3 and 4 as well. Okay, sorry, just to point out, if you're following along with me step by step, I'd turned all the particles off, of course, so we could get a look at just our new instance geometry. So of course, when I tried to bake out the instance, I get this error, not enough objects, because all the particles were turned off. So before you do this bake out or convert, you want to turn all the particle systems back on again. Sorry about that. Alright, so I'll be back in a minute when I've successfully converted all these. Okay, so I've gone ahead and selected all the instances and just hit convert, and this has given me 4 groups of geometry with nice converted actual geometry. So I can, and you can see what's happened here with this number 4, they've got stuck in some collision loop or something, as particles are sometimes want to do. So now we'll just be able to delete these. But before we do that, I'm just going to hit Control S and save the scene. And I'm going to get rid of all of the particle objects. So I'm going to go up to the nucleus and untick enable, which should disable all of the nParticles, and then I'm going to do a play blast with all of our debris selected so we can see it highlighted, and we'll see what sort of debris that we've made here. So I'll hit play blast. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, so this play blasted out nicely, and you'll see all the selected highlighted geometry is the actual real geometry, and all this debris that's kind of left behind is the instance geometry that now can't move because we've turned the nucleus solver off. So I'm happy at the moment that this is good enough for me. I've got all of the geometry that I wanted in here, so now I can go ahead and get rid of the whole particle system, all of these n-rigids and everything else, and basically don't need any of it anymore. So delete, and let's get rid of all the nParticles. Now you might want to keep a backup copy of this before you just go ahead and delete everything, for the reason that you might want to re-simulate it at some point, add some more debris in, change the size of the debris, so you might want to keep 2 files from this point on. But for me, I'm pretty sure I'm happy with this. Let's just play it through. And I can see all my debris. There's a lot of keyframe animation going on now, and I think my machine is starting to suffer a bit. So I'm going to call an end to this part, and in the next part we'll look at putting some smoke in as well, some dust, because I would expect there to be a little dust created, as well as these tiny sort of small rocks. I would also expect we would have some dust in here. And now this is just simply keyframe animation and Alembic cache. I don't have to play it, I can just simply skip through it as well, which is nice. So this gives me the opportunity to come in now and let's look at instance of 4 geometry. And really I know I'm not going to need this, so I'm going to go to show view selected, and I really don't like this portion of it that's fallen up here. So I can simply come in and get rid of it. I can do the same with 3, so let's go to show isolate selected, and I can see I've got some collision particles that are stuck here. So again, it really is quite simple now to eliminate any debris. As you can see, all this debris here, it becomes quite simple to eliminate any debris that you don't want. So let's go again, and let's see here, we've got probably a bit too much of this congregated around this top area. So yeah, far too much, so I can just take it away, which becomes much easier than trying to edit all the collision aspects of the particles and get everything perfect. You can simply get rid of anything you don't need, which is quite nice, because occasionally you'll have a stray particle that might be sort of suspended off the edge rather weirdly on the last frame, or just something you might not like and want to edit. So I'm going to save this scene out, and I will see you in the next part. I think my machine is probably due to for a reboot. I think my RAM is starting to leak, so I will be back in a moment when we'll talk about creating some sort of smoke and dust effect. So I hope you found this part somewhat interesting, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part I want to concentrate on putting the finishing touches to our little animation here, our little simulation. Now I want to create some dust, which can be done in a variety of ways. You can actually do it with nParticles, but I wanted to look at using the Maya fluid system, because right now we've got some Bifrost in here, we've got some nParticles, we've got some bullet physics. So fluids is also a very big part of Maya's bag of tricks, so I want to take a look at that as well. And I've taken the liberty of doing a quick mock-up here to show you this dust I'm talking about. So as you can see, we've got some billowing dust that comes out when our columns smash. And this is just 3 play blasts I cut together in After Effects, just to give us a better look at what's going on. So I'm going to do this dust with a Maya fluid. Now, same as with Bifrost really, Maya fluids are contained within their own sort of container. So if I go up to Fluids and Effects and Create 3D Container, pop open the options, you'll see it's relatively simple. I've got a size and I've got a resolution. So I'm going to accept the default, and I'll get a container here where fluids are born. Now at the moment, fluids won't be able to escape the confines of this container. So if we had it sort of here, like so, and then we were blowing dust this way, the dust would actually stop at the edge of the container. So I want to get my container the right size. There is an auto resize feature on these containers which will allow the fluid to expand exponentially. So if it blows this way, the container will actually resize itself. But for something this simple, I prefer to set the size myself and give it a limit, and then we'll set a drop off, so when the fluid approaches the edge of the container, it will naturally thin out. This will help us get a faster simulation. So first things first, we need to get our container to expand around the area where we think the dust might blow. Now, you could try resizing this, but I really wouldn't recommend it. The best way to resize one of these containers is to go up to the Fluid Shape 2 node. So if you look in your outliner, you've got a base resolution, which you can see represented on the bottom. These are the size of the voxels at the moment. It's actually quite large. We're going to need to up the resolution, of course. And for size, we want to go X, Y, and Z using this rather than the scale tool. So I'm going to make mine a bit longer in X, so it covers kind of the whole thing. So let's turn that to 15 maybe, or maybe 20. And the bigger this fluid container is, the slower your calculations are going to be. So, don't just make a massive fluid container. You'll end up with problems. So on the height, we're fine, and on the width, maybe down to 8. And that should do it. Oh no, okay. So we want fluid to blow back and hit this wall here. So let's make that back to 10 and push it back a little bit. Okay, that should do it. So now we've got a container that will contain our fluid. It won't be able to auto expand, so I need to cover up all the areas possible. And as we've seen before, same with Bifrost, when you put the container up, you have to have an emitter of some sort. Now, within 3D fluids, we can use, again, geometry to emit from. So I'm going to actually use the geometry of our shattered pillar to emit the dust. So if I look in column 1, we should have that, and let's just click this through so I can see it. We should have that bit of combined geometry that we had from before, that we used to emit the nParticles from. We're going to use the same piece of combined geometry to emit a fluid. So in order to do that, I'm going to select the combined geometry. I'm going to shift select in the viewport the fluid container, and I'm going to go up to Fluids and Add Edit Contents, Emit from Object, and I'm going to pop open the options box. Now I'm going to reset this. So the emitter type is surface, which is what we want. And let's see, we've got density, heat, and fuel, which we'll leave as is for now, and just hit apply. Okay, so when I run through now, you'll see that I'm emitting some fluid from this, some very low resolution smoke. So as far as it goes, that's fine. We use these geometry pieces to emit the smoke from, and we're not going to really need any heat or fuel for this, so let's turn those off. And basically you'll just see some density emitted, which in our case will act as the dust. Now if I emit more density, you'll see obviously more emitted. There you go. But you'll see it rises upwards rather like smoke, so we're going to need that to drop down instead of rise up. And also I'm going to increase the resolution on my fluid container slightly, just so we can get a better look at what's going on. Okay, now we can see better dust. And you'll see as that geometry flies around the screen, the dust kind of follows it, which is not really what we want. So as we did with the nParticles, when we set the emission rates to only emit when it started to break, we'll do the same thing here. So we're at about frame, let's see, 24, I think. Let's skip back a couple. So frame 24, we want to key this emission off. So let's go into the fluid shape and let's take a look under the fluid emitter. So we've got our density voxels per second. So let's set those to 0 and set a key for them. This means they'll be off from frames 1 to 24. Let's go to frame 25 and set it on at, say, 50. Let's set a key for that. And let's have that emit for 2 frames. So set a key at the end of those and 0. So this will basically hit this, emit for 3 frames and stop. There you go. So you get just a little bit of emission there, enough to sort of simulate dust, but we've still got that problem of it rising up in the air, and it doesn't really blast this way, which you would expect it to. So if we look under the speed attributes in the fluid emitter, we can actually take the speed and replace it with an inherited velocity. So the fluid will now inherit the velocity of the chunks it's emitted from, of the object it's emitted from. So let's take a look at this. Okay, that's a bit more like it. So now we've got a scenario in which it kind of inherits that velocity, so as it smashes, it pushes this way. So let's take a look now at stopping this fluid rising up in the air. Now you want to go to the fluid container and you'll find all the settings for your density under contents details. So if you look under contents details, density, you'll see a density scale, a buoyancy. So in our case, let's make the buoyancy -1, which means the dust will settle downwards, because smoke would have heat underneath it, so you would expect smoke, of course, to rise up, but because there's no heat underneath this, it's not actually fire, I would expect that dust to settle back down towards the floor. So you see our dust now settles back down towards the floor. Okay, so nice and simple really. I'm not going to go over all the attributes here. I just want to give, basically I've tried to give throughout the tutorial a quick overview of each of the dynamic systems rather than a full description of each and every detail of them. So I'm going to turn the dissipation to 0.1. This will help the dust dissipate faster. So you can see it dissipating a bit faster in the background there. And if I just exaggerate this 0.7 just for effect, you'll see it dissipate quite fast. So it's going away really quickly here. It's almost disappeared now and it's gone. So a dissipation value for us is quite useful. We don't want dust lingering around in the air too much. We also want to go along to the velocity and give it some swirl. This will help it, swirl about and break up and not look like such a big static cloud. So let's give a swirl of 0.3 and a noise of maybe 0.05. Don't need too much noise. I'm going to leave the turbulence off for the moment. So again, let's take a look at this, and the swirl helps us a little bit. You can see this swirling about here. The resolution is not that high, but if I really crank up this swirl, you should see a more direct result. So, we've got more swirl going on here. Okay, so you can always come in and up or down this. When we change the resolution of the simulation, not only will it change the way the simulation looks, it will change the way it behaves as well. So with fluids, it can be quite tricky. You can get a good looking fluid and then think, I want more resolution in it, and you'll up the res, and it will change the way fundamentally the simulation works. Maya currently has no way to separate the look of the simulation from the simulation itself. If you were using Houdini, you can get the fluid in a lower resolution to look how you want, to behave how you want, and then you can change the resolution without affecting the behavior. In Maya, this doesn't hold true. If you change the resolution, not only will you change the look, you'll change the behavior. Now, there is a soup node called UpRes Fluid, which will allow you to increase the resolution of fluid without increasing the behavior. We don't need it for this particular instance because our dust is quite simple. But if you find yourself in a situation later on where you've got a simulation you like, but it just doesn't look quite high enough res, but you don't want to change the behavior of it, check out that soup upres node. It might help you. Anyway, I've upped the resolution to 100, so this will be quite a bit slower now, just so we can get another look at our fluid there. Okay, so I'm actually quite liking that. It's just a base place to start. Fluid is dropping to the floor quite quickly, maybe a little too quickly. So let's go to the fluid container and let's go to the contents details and take that buoyancy to -0.5 instead. And this is just one of those things that you'll need to play around with to get the look that you want. So you know, I can't say set an absolute value, and for this you might need to, you know, it might end up being 0.45 depending on your R&D, but for me I think 0.5 should do it. I don't want it to plummet like a stone. That's a bit better. In fact, that's quite a bit better. Leaves me with some smoke left over here. Now, the other thing, of course, is this smoke is currently not colliding with anything. So, as with Bifrost and nParticles, we need to give the smoke some colliders. But before I do that, I'm going to set the emission for these pillars also. So let's go up to tower number 2, column number 2. So we'll come in here and grab column number 2, top, and we should find that piece of combined geometry we made. And let's just play this through to make sure we got the right one. And there we go. So now we're going to emit fluid from this as well. The idea is that each time one of these columns fractures, it would give out a certain amount of dust as well as these larger chunks. So now I've got this. Once again, fluid effects, add edit contents, emit from object, pop open the options to make sure we've got the right. We can turn off the heat and fuel and give ourselves just a density rate of 1 and hit apply. I've forgotten to select the fluid container. So when you do this, you need to select a mesh object to emit from, and then the fluid container. So now I can click apply, and I'll start emitting fluid from this. So as you can see, I'm getting a little bit of fluid emission there. And you'll notice that this fluid leaks downwards as well. So it's kind of dropping downwards. That's because the contents details of the fluid container are for the entire container. So any emitter you put in here will always follow what you've put in here. So you can't have one emitter in a fluid container with a buoyancy of 10 and one emitter with a buoyancy of -10. This is sort of general settings for the entire container. Alright, so let's look at creating this now so it only emits when it needs to. So I reckon that's about frame 30 something. Let's have a look, stop and back up. So we want it to set a key for it to have no emission here. And if you've lost your fluid emitter, you can always find it. It's attached to the fluid shape, and it will also be attached to the piece of geometry that you made an emitter of. So I can find it there. Let's come down here and key this off. Set key. Next frame, let's key it on, and I'm just going to use a density voxel rate of 50. Advance 2 frames. Set the key again so it maintains a density of 50 over these 1, 2, 3 frames, and then next frame and turn it off and set a key. So let's take a look at this. Okay, this one is not inheriting the speed, it's not replacing the speed, so we don't get the nice effect where it blows this way. So let's come down and put the speed method to replace and the inherit velocity to 1. Okay, and now we're getting that lovely runoff of smoke. Okay, it's coming all the way out here. So that is looking pretty decent for dust as far as the simulation is concerned. We're going to have to work on the shading a bit, but I kind of like the way it settles down there. I like the amount of dust we've got. We could increase the resolution to make that obviously a bit more high res, and we can do things like texturing the opacity, but for me that's a pretty good start. So I'm going to leave this part here, and during the break I'm going to add emitters to pillars 3 and 4, because I think you've seen me do this twice now, so you should be familiar with it. I'm just going to go and find on pillar 3 the piece of geometry. On pillar 3 top, I'll find the piece of geometry that we use to emit the nParticles from, the piece we combined in an earlier part. And then I'll emit fluid from this, and I'll just turn it on and off when the tower breaks. So I'll be back in a moment, and in the next part we'll look at shading our fluid, adding some final tweaks to it, and we should be pretty close to the end of this tutorial by then. So, you know, I hope I've given you some ideas, and I'll be back in a minute when we'll look at shading the fluid. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we looked at using our column geometry to emit fluid from, and in the break I've just done the same thing on columns 3 and 4. So if we look under fluid now, I've got an additional 2 emitters for column 3 and column 4. Exactly the same as last time, density keyed to when the pillar breaks, and then a couple of frames and then density off, and also a speed method of replace and an inherit velocity of 1. So if we take a quick look at this, you'll see that all 4 of my columns are now emitting this fluid. Now, part of the problem we're going to see here, if I just let this play for a second and we hide some of this geometry. So let's hide these 3 pieces. So Control H. You'll see that my fluid has kind of bisected all 3 of those pieces. It's carried on into the background here, and you know, it's dropped right through the floor. Difficult to see, but there you go. You can see it's dropped right through that floor, and we don't want this. We want the fluid to stay on the floor. So if I just unhide those, select this and make them collision objects. So I'm going to select these 2, select the fluid container, and go down to fluid effects, make collide. Okay, I'm going to do the same with this piece of geo here. So again, fluid effects, make collide. Now let's run the simulation again, rehide the geometry, and you should be able to see that our fluid has stayed on the floor. In fact, you probably should be able to see it just in the viewport, but we'll get a better look. So you can see here it's come out further. Let's just pause this a second and hide this geometry. Control H. And you can see now that apart from this little bit that's dropped off the end, as we would expect, that when I look, the fluid is not bisecting the floor. Okay, and also the wall here, the fluid is dead straight. So having these colliders will help push the fluid in the direction we want to. Also, it will allow the dust to settle on the floor, which we would kind of expect, really. You would expect the dust to settle on the floor, not pass straight through it. So I'm just going to undo this, and I'll also add this stair object, I think. So select the stairs, select the fluid, and you can tell if you have something connected to the fluid, by the way. When I select the stairs, you see the fluid container remains blue. When I select the building, you'll see the fluid container goes purple. This lets me know that this object and this fluid container have some sort of interaction. For instance, if I select this column, we're just on blue because there's no interaction. Select this, it goes purple. And that will work with pretty much most Maya dynamics. If you have a field attached to something and you select it, the thing you have it attached to will go purple. Right, but anyway, let's just put these stairs in. So come here and fluid effects and make collide. Okay, now you can play around with tessellation factor for more accurate collisions, but for us, this is absolutely fine. You know, this is going to be a pretty fast moving thing, so it really doesn't need to be spot on accurate in its collisions. Okay, let's play that forward a bit and stop. Now, the next thing I want to discuss is shading this dust, because right now it's just white. And if we look under the fluid container and go to the shading, so there we go, you'll see the main option, well, one of the main options first off is transparency. I can make the fluid more or less transparent, and I'll make it much less transparent just while we're doing the shading piece. And it's white because the color here is set to white. So you might think if I set the color to say blue, that we'll get blue, purple will get purple, and black will get black. But what's happening here is if I set this to black, it's going to go down and use this incandescence ramp. So basically, black set in here will make this incandescence ramp fully transparent, if you like. Now, as the incandescence input is set to temperature and we don't have any, this fluid will always be black. If I change this to white, the fluid will go white now. Okay, because we have no temperature. So it can't use the gradient to color the fluid because, you know, it doesn't have any temperature. So I'll just set that to black, and regardless of what we do to this, nothing will happen. We need to set its input to density because that's what we're working with. And you start to see here a little bit of orange. If I bias it up towards this end of the grid, you'll see a lot more orange. And then finally yellow. Okay, so let's leave the input bias on 0 for right now. So having this completely black will allow us to use this ramp to shade the fluid. However, if we had this, say, completely white, and we went down to the lighting option and turned on self-shadow, now we have a self-shadowing fluid that's still using the incandescence ramp for the parts of it that are in shadow. So we can do a kind of best of both worlds here. I can put this onto half transparent for the color and get a little bit of self-shadowing, but also this incandescence ramp. So if I was to just start out, and with the simplest form of dust really imaginable, if I were to take this and say, okay, at the lighter end of the spectrum, when our dust is fully spread out, it's pretty white, and at the darker end of the spectrum, when it first breaks out, it's pretty grey, we end up with something like this. So I can now come in and say, okay, use the ramp more, and then towards the top end, I can start to put in a little bit of variation here. So let's get a lighter one and follow this up with a slightly darker one. And you see I'm getting some variation in my smoke. And I can come in and just really play around with this until I get the look that I'm going for. Now, shading fluid like this can take a long time to get it right. You know, you need to do a lot of tweaking. Let's input bias this way slightly. And let's run that through. Okay, so now we're looking much, much more dust-like in comparison to that sort of bright white blob we had to start with. Now, the opacity, it's a little too opaque, so I could come up and change the transparency up here, of course. There we go. Or I could play with this opacity ramp, and I'm going to go to full transparency, so no transparency, just while I do this. And if I push this side up, you'll see the whole fluid container is full. So let's pull this. So this is actually quite an important value when it comes to getting the look of the fluid. Let's pull both sides down. Let's come up in the middle and set this one to smooth and set this one to smooth. And you'll see what that's done. That's given me a much more billowy, nicer cloud. Now I can come in and start to tweak here my opacity. And you can go like so the ramp is bigger. And you know, it just really does depend on the look you're going for. I might bring it up at this end. Okay, and let's play this through. So we're getting much, much better dust clouds now. Now, it's still not acting quite as I would expect it to, and there's still way too much of it. So again, we could pull this down, and I don't really need these points here just for effect. Right? We could pull this opacity down, but you know, the better way for us to do this would be to go up and start to tweak the transparency back to something a little more reasonable. Let's have a look at this now. Okay, so this is looking more dust-like. Maybe it's a little too dark, but again, you can now play with your incandescence ramp, which is set to density. So this is a little too dark here. So probably this one will need a bit of tweaking. So I can lighten that up a tad. There we go. And this one, let's put it in the middle somewhat and make it a bit lighter. There we go. So this has given us a more dusty effect, and maybe this one a tad bit darker. Again, as I said, you can spend a long time on this. So my ramp is looking okay. Let's just play this through again. Okay, so this is looking fairly dusty to me. Obviously, you may increase the resolution on this to get a more detailed dust. And the other thing we can do is actually texture it. So I can texture the opacity for a start, which gives me a much nicer look, and then texture the incandescence. So let's come in and play this back. Okay, this has given me a slightly better result. Now, I don't like purling noise for this sort of thing. I like a billow texture. And obviously you can play with the texture threshold, see how much texture you want on there. Let's just put sort of a little bit, and the ratio as well will determine, you know, let's do a ratio of 0.5, frequency, how much frequency you want on there. More is not always better, but again, this is just all playing with the look of your fluid, really. So I'm going to leave this to you, because you can literally just see it in the viewport. So depending on the type of dust you're going for, if you were going for red brick dust, for instance, you would color this graph significantly differently. You know, depending on if you were smashing a brick wall, you might want a kind of reddish dust. Let's actually make that a bit lighter. There we go. Okay, and we'll increase the resolution as well, which will help with the detail in the cloud, in the dust cloud. Okay, but for right now, one thing I do spot that I don't like is I want this emitter here to emit one frame before it currently is doing. Because if you see, all the dust is kind of blown away. We don't get a lot that falls down on this side. So I'm going to have that emit one frame more. So let's go and find that emitter, which will be emitter 1. And let's see. Here is its, let's just come up. And let's see where it starts the key. I should see the keys on the timeline, but for some reason I'm not. So I think that started at around frame 25. It did. So I'm going to start it on frame 24. So to do that, I'm going to set a key of 0 on frame 23. I'm going to move to 24, tell it to start emitting, set key, and then I'll get some emission over a few frames. Okay, let's have a look. Hopefully I'll get slightly more dust to drop to the floor, because it will start emitting before they start moving. There'll be some dust that's not inherited, so it will fall straight down. Its speed will be inherited, of course, but the actual object will be static when it starts emitting. So what I'm going to do now is just take a quick play blast to this. I think maybe the emission on this one frame earlier might look a little strange. I kind of hope not, but we'll have a look. So I'm going to play blast this, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so my play blast is done. Let's take a look and see if that starts emitting too early, and it looks pretty decent to me. It probably starts one frame too soon, but I like the effect of the dust there falling to the ground, so I'm happy with that. Okay, so we got the basic shading going on, and again, if we just run through what makes up fluid shading, you're going to want to, when you shade this thing, you're going to want to look at moving the incandescence ramp to density. You're going to want to make a a ramp here of the kind of dust that you want, remembering when the dust is the thinnest it will be this color, and when it's the thickest it will be this color. So I've got a kind of random patchwork going on, but you might want to make it darker this end and light at this end. It really depends. You're going to need to put some sort of opacity ramp in until you get the look you are going for. The color will determine, how much it obeys the opacity ramp, and without any color it will just be white, or there will be some, in our case, self-shadowing under the lighting. So if I crank that up, you can see, in fact, if I crank it up, you'll see that there we go, that you get a lot more self-shadowing. So I might leave that at 2 and choose a value here that's a combination between the self-shadowing of the fluid and the incandescence ramp here. Let's go somewhere like so, maybe. There we go. All right, but I'm going to leave you to play with that, because as I said, the fluid can be tricky to shade, not in the case that it's difficult or complicated to explain, but simply in the case of, depending on the look you're going for, you might want to spend a bit of time. And again, in the texturing, because we don't need to texture the color. The color is just a static flat color, so texturing it won't help. Texture the incandescence and opacity in this case, pick a texture type, and then play with the frequency, amplitude, threshold ratio, just to get the look that you're after. So, this is just a case of doing your own R&D here. Now, the drop-off shape is how the fluid will drop off when it meets the edge of the cube, and how far that will start in terms of distance. So you can pick pretty much any shape you want. For us, a cube is fine, because we're pretty cube-like. So there was one other thing. So it's more collision objects, really. We have some collision objects in here. We've got the floor, the container, the staircase, and the main house. But I want to pick up a few bits of these columns and make those collide with the fluid too. So I'm going to kind of let this run its course, and then I'm going to just pick up a few bits and make them collide with the fluid. Okay, that'll do. So let's see. I don't want everything to collide with the fluid. I don't want the slowdown that would involve. So I'll have this big bit collide with the fluid. This big bit. Let's see here. These big bits. And to help me do this, I'm just going to hide the fluid container. Control H. So just go ahead and pick up some bits that would likely have a major impact on your fluid. Let's pick up this one. This one. And these are the bits you don't want. See, I select this and it selects all these other bits. That means that's part of the emitter. And you definitely do not want to add your emitter to your list of colliders. So be a bit wary in that case. Let's come in and just add this bit. And I'm going to add the big bits of the base as well, just so they collide. That little tiny bit there is not going to really be that useful for us. Okay, and as I say, you can pick out some bits. I just tend to pick out the bigger ones that will have the most kind of dramatic effect on the overall. And I don't want that one, because that one is obviously part of the emission object, so you don't want that part of the fluid emitter geometry. And this is about okay. I might look to see. No, that's kind of most of the major components there. Let's just maybe select the top of this too, and a few more bits up here, and that should do it. So I'm going to go down and control click the fluid, and I'm just going to go not mesh, sorry, fluid effects, make collide. Okay, let's pop that back and see. Whoops, I've got the fluid container hidden. Thought that was a bit speedy. So just Shift H to unhide that, rewind again to clear it, and hit go. Now you should see that when these bigger pieces fall into the fluid starts to swirl a bit. Let's watch this one go down. You can see it has interaction with the fluid. Okay, and to really get a look at this, we need to play blast it. But that's kind of from what I can see here in the viewport, that kind of looks okay to me. So, you know, it's your choice to decide what you want to interact with the fluid and what you don't think is that necessary. But let's do a quick play blast before we do anything else. And I'll do it from the front so we can get a look. Okay, so I'm just going to change my play blast settings because at the moment I'm actually saving to file, and I'll just play blast out a AVI. Should be fine. Format AVI, there we go, quality 70. Alright, so that should be fine. I'll do this quick play blast so we can get a look at our fluid, and then we'll move on by adding some fields to our fluid to make it a bit more interesting. So I'll be back in 2 seconds with this play blast. Okay, so my play blast finished here, and I'll just play it through for you. So looking pretty decent as far as dust is concerned, in my opinion. You might want to turn the dissipation down a bit. It dissipates a bit quickly, maybe. So, you know, if we go into the fluid and look under the contents details, I can then turn the dissipation down. So under density, we're going to want the dissipation to be, you know, well, maybe let's just say 0.02. That's a very small amount of dissipation, and this way the fluid will dissipate less quickly. So, you know, again, you might want to tweak the dissipation. The density scale is a very useful attribute. If you want to add more dust, you can crank the density scale and that will add some more. So let's see, this kind of fluid is now hanging around a bit longer. But we're getting the billow out, and there's something I have noticed. It's kind of billowing out through these columns here. So we should also select these columns. I'll just rewind this. Just select these columns. And this one. Okay. Fluid. Every time I go to select the column, I'm selecting the fluid container. So I'm just going to hide the container. And then Control select in the viewport here and just go to Fluid Effects, Make Collide. There we go, and then I'll unhide the container, Shift H, and that just becomes an easy way of doing that. Okay, so now we should have some collision objects here as well, so the smoke won't just blow through them. And talking of blowing through, I want the smoke to go this way a bit more than it currently does. And the nice thing, as with Bifrost or nParticles, you can use standard Maya fields within the container. So select the container, go up to fields, and let's just put an air field in. Now you'll see the container's gone purple, which tells me this air field is attached to it. If you don't select the container first and you just drop the air field in, you can always go back, select the air field, select the container, go up to fields and say use selected sources field, and that will connect them together. For right now, we're connected, so let's have a look. So the direction of this wind is currently Y and the magnitude is 4, so that will blow the wind up. And just to give you a demonstration, I'll flip the magnitude to 100, hit go, and you'll see all our smoke go upwards. All our dust in this case, sorry. And you can see that being blown upwards. Okay, so obviously we don't want it to go up, we want it to go, and if we have a look, we want it to go in negative X should be. So 0, and if I put this to 100 in X, it should blow this away, so the wrong direction. But just to demonstrate that everything is working once again, we'll have a look at how fast it blows that way. And it will be fighting the force of its own inherited speed. So, and as you can see, it blows that away. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to key this to -5, let's say. And I'm going to I'll take another quick play blast just to see if that's maybe a bit too fast. And one other thing I would always do with this kind of wind is I'm going to key its magnitude. Now, direction, sorry, is supposed to be -1, and magnitude will just be, let's see, 5. And let's key that on the start, and let's come up to about frame 80, and by then everything's finished, all the excitement is finished. So let's set a key here. Let's come in here and give this a magnitude of 0.1. That way, as the animation is happening, as the simulation is happening, the smoke will be blown this way, and as the simulation starts to finish, the force of blowing will go down considerably. So let's see if 5 is enough to give us a result. In fact, let's make it 10. It's easier to see if it's of a higher magnitude. So I'll play blast and be back in 2 secs. Okay, so this play blast is finished, and our magnitude is a little high. You can see our smoke is kind of really blown now, though, so we're definitely getting the effect we're looking for. It's just a little bit too much of it. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to tone down this airfield a bit. So let's jump up to its keyframe here. And it's got keyframe here, magnitude of 5. I'm going to make that 5 to start with, and then by the time it gets to frame 80, I'm going to make that 2. And then it will calm down. By the time the end of the animation, it will be on 0.1. So we've got this sort of stepped keyframe happening. So right now, I'm quite happy with this dust. You know, there's extra work that could be put in with the shading, most certainly. And I advise you to take a look at the texture settings as well within the fluid container to try and get a bit extra texture into it. You might want to also increase the resolution, because at this res it is quite low. You're not going to get a lot of detail in here. So remember though, as you increase the resolution of a fluid sim, you'll also change how the sim works. So if you find yourself, you know, increasing the resolution a lot, you might need to come back and tweak your shading, and it's all kind of a constant battle between the look of the fluid and the behavior of the fluid. But for me, that looks pretty good. Now, I'll, just to show you, I'll increase the resolution to 200, and you'll see my voxels here go smaller. Okay, so when I rewind, you'll see they go a lot smaller, and I'll do one last play blast at the 200 resolution, just to show you the difference, and I'll do it so you don't have to waste your time when you come to it. So play blast, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, you can see at the 200 resolution it's much slower, so I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, so this play blasted out at a higher resolution, and I think you'll see that it gets a much nicer smoke at this higher res. So we get a much nicer dust cloud effect. Now, one thing I would say is I think it's being dragged too far this way right at the start of the simulation. I'd like a little bit more smoke to settle over here. So I can go to my fluid container, go to the first emitter, and where it inherits all of the velocity from the from its emitter, from the geometry that we connect it to. Because this first strike is a rather violent one, it's the fastest one, it means the fluid's going to be moving really quickly, because the emitter is moving really quickly. The bits of rock it's being emitted from are actually moving fast. So in order to combat this a little bit, I can turn the inherited velocity down to say 0.5, and I'll play blast again, and we'll see if that eases the situation. But you should get kind of used to this when you're dealing with fluids. In fact, when you're dealing with dynamics, a lot of the times it's very difficult to put an exact value on it. You can't really look at it and say, okay, we need an inherent velocity of exactly 0.2. So you will have to do some R&D on stuff like this, play blast out, change it, you know, and that's generally why we do it on a lower res. But 200 is not that high. I probably might even crank it up to 300 for the final simulation. And as I say, you can also look into the SOUP UpRes node. I'm not going to go over it in this particular tutorial. There's plenty of information on the SOUP website. But just so you are aware that that is an option and it is there. The only caveat to that is you can't use an auto resizing fluid container. But as we're not using one anyway, you know, have a look. See if it works for you. Okay, so with slightly less inherited velocity, we get a lot more of the smoke staying up here. It doesn't quite shoot off as fast. I think it has a nicer fall off here. So again, it's just a case of tweaking this to the look that you want. You're going to have to play around with how much density is emitted. You can always go into the contents details of the fluid container itself, and let's have a look. The fluid shape node, and down to the contents details, but you can increase the density scale, which will emit more density. So if you bloody thing, there we go, you'll see this gets, you know, a lot more density to it. So depending on how much dust you're really wanting to put out, I could increase this maybe to 0.6 for ours, and you know, maybe a little bit more swirl, a little bit of noise might help us a little bit, but I'm actually quite happy with what we've got so far. Now, the major thing I see wrong with this right now is that we've put quite a bit of work into this. We've got various different dynamic systems. In fact, we've thrown pretty much every dynamic system apart from nCloth at this. So, you know, it would be nice if we came along with a better result. And you saw before, I believe briefly, that I put an aeroplane in. So rather than having this ball smash the columns, I'm going to hide this, and I'm just going to import my Spitfire model, which I'll include with the texture, with the scene files. So I'm just going to do a save on this, and I'm going to import here, and I've got a Spitfire, so let's just bring that in. Okay, so here is my Spitfire, and I don't really want to get into a lot of animation because this tutorial is not really about that, but you can see I've got myself a little Spitfire here, and just for the sake of completeness, I'll show you how I got it to fly into the columns. It's actually really rather simple. I'll just go into the top view. I will take a let's take a curve here. Let's take the EP curve, and I'm just going to draw on the graph a curve line. So I'm just going to rough it out, basically. So somewhere out to about here, maybe. Okay, and then I'll take my plane. Let's just bring this full screen, Q. I'll select the plane, then I'll select the curve, and I'll just go to Animate, Attach to Motion Path. Okay, you'll see it comes in the wrong way around, but this is no problem. If we look at the motion path settings up here, I can just change this to the right axis. And when I hit play now, in fact, what I'll do is I'll turn off the fluid while we sort this out, because we don't really need to see it. So fluid, Control H to hide it. And let's have a look at the plane. So let's move the plane along. Okay, so it's in the wrong position. So a couple of ways to do that. I can either shorten the motion path, so just go to Control Vertex and select those. And if I shorten the motion path, the plane will obviously be moving a bit slower, so it will hit. Okay, and the other thing you can do, and as I said, I don't really want to go into a lot of animation, but you can just select this back to object mode, and we can wait until the first frame where it hits the 25. We can move this up, and I said object mode you. Okay, there we go. Sometimes things just not going to go right. And we can move this into position like so. Get that tip on there. And so that would be about there by now. And let's check this out for speed. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there we go. That was how I got the plane in. Now you can make the plane wing a collision object with a fluid. Just to give it a bit more believability. So I'm going to select the plane wing, I'm going to select the fluid, and I'm going to go up to make collide, so fluid and effects, make collide, and we should have now a run through where the aeroplane hits the columns. So indeed, you might spend some time on this, of course, but that was how I replaced the ball with the plane. So you might want to come up and move these CV points on your graph so this plane strikes sort of higher and then goes down a bit. Let's see. So it strikes the last column at about where it should. Let's go backwards. So the last column strike, and maybe a bit lower even. There we go. And I'll move that to a sort of catchy camera angle. Okay, and this is completely unnecessary to put the plane in there. Just if you want to show this off to a few friends and whatnot, it does make for a nice simulation. Okay, so I'll put the fluid back in. I'll do one last play blast, and we'll see what it all looks like together. And then I think I'm going to sign off. So I'll be back in a moment. I'll just hide this, I think, so we don't see it. And I'll take this rigging control here and hide that too. And let's have a look. And if you want to turn off the fluid container, by the way, you'll see in the play blast I did, the fluid container is off. Select the fluid container, go to display, and boundary draw you want to turn off. None. There you go. And that hides the fluid container. Unlike just pressing Control H, the fluid will still be there, just the container won't appear in the viewport. So let's get a last play blast of this. And as I've said, there's many ways to animate this particular aeroplane. You could do a traditional keyframe animation. You can have it follow a path. You can, use the keyframes on it to tilt it left and right so it looks like it's flying in trouble. Pilots lost control or whatnot. Many, many different things you can do, but I'm actually going to leave that to you. So I'll be back in a moment when this play blast is finished. So okay, I've got half a play blast here because it occurred to me we should probably turn the water back on, and there's something else I want to cover about that. But as you can see, this is a little bit more exciting now than simply having that ball come along and smash the columns. So a lot of the time when I do a dynamic smash or whatnot, I won't use the actual object smashing to it because the high poly count in it might make it implausible to calculate out. So a lot of the time it's almost better to use a kind of proxy object that would smash it in the same way. Now for us, we're going to end up with a little bit of rock that may bisect the aeroplane, but the fact that there's so much going on in the scene will save you from that. And if it annoys you, if you find it very obvious, if you've got a very obvious bisection, you can always come in and just hide that particular piece. So ways and means, without having to spend hours and hours simulating everything. So let's turn the water back on. Right now I've got my Bifrost liquid cached from the GPU cache, so it'll be nice and fast. The problem with that is I can't shade it in the viewport, and as I'm going to do these play blasts in the viewport, I'm going to get rid of the cached liquid just by selecting it and hitting delete, and I'm going to bring in instead of a GPU cache, a standard Alembic cache. So import, make sure we're on import to scene route, and I'm going to select my Bifrost Liquid 3, and that should import this. And the reason I'm doing this now is because this will come in with these colors on it to show the vorticity and velocity and whatnot, which is great. It means if we flick it to a standard Bifrost shader, when we shade it, it will have all the information necessary, as I said before, to create the foam and whatnot. But just in the viewport, we don't want that. So if we go up to the Bifrost mesh shape, under here you will find there you go, should be display colors. You want to turn that off, and that will turn off the colored display on your mesh. You can now come in, because this is not the GPU cache, and you can shade it in the viewport. Assign a new material. Let's just assign a standard Lambert. Nothing fancy for right now, and let's just make this a blue color. So now we have kind of blue water, not looking particularly attractive, but how you shade this is up to you. I just want something for the viewport, so I'm going to make it slightly less saturation there, and I'll make it slightly lighter, and then I might make it a tiny bit transparent, just for the purpose of this particular play blast. So let's rewind. I'll do one final play blast with the liquid, the smoke and everything else, and this one will probably take a little bit of time. because we've got some transparency going on in the viewport. We've also got this mesh which is not GPU cached anymore, and because it's so massive it will take time to move on its own, and then we've got the fluid and all the other things. So I'll see you probably in about 10-15 minutes, and we'll take a quick look at the final blade blast, make sure there's nothing wrong. If not, we'll be calling an end. Okay, so our final blade blast is out. It's looking pretty good. The water's looking okay. I'd probably work on the shading a bit. The transparency's not really coming through in the viewport, but that's okay. So as far as all the elements are concerned, we've pretty much got all our ducks in a row here. Now the plane is going a little slow as well, so I might retime that. At current rate, it's traveling about 30 meters in 3 seconds or so. Sorry, it's traveling about 30, maybe 60 meters in around 3 seconds, which would make this plane of a speed at maybe 60-70 kilometers per hour, which is a bit low for the flying speed of one of these planes. So something you might want to think about. Really, it's not too important. I'm kind of happy with the look we achieved here. So I'm going to actually go ahead and create some play blasts of this and then just cut them together in After Effects so I can show it from a couple of different angles. Now, one last thing I would say before you render this, if you decide to render this, you'll need to shade it, of course, and you might also want to put a bit more time and effort into your set dressing. You could have started off some nicer columns and done a bit more work to make this overall look a bit better. The last thing you'll need to do, however, before you start to render or before you start to play blast a lot, is you'll need to select your fluid, go up to Fluids and Cache and create new cache. This will cache the fluid. It'll allow you to jump around in the viewport. It will still be slow, but it won't have to simulate every single time. So if you're going to do a variety of play blasts, remember to cache out your fluid. Same way we've done with our other bits and pieces. So that's it from me. I hope this has given you enough information to get started on a project of your own. So really we've covered, as I said before, the full gambit of stuff here. We've got some fluid, we've got some Bifrost, we've got some nParticles, we've got some bullet physics, so it should give you enough information to get started on your own projects. If you need to ask any questions, please feel free to do so on the SimplyMaya forum, which you will find at www.simplymaya.com, or you can ask me directly. You can get me at Dave or David at simplymaya.com. If you want to send me an email with any questions, I'd be happy to try and help you. So thank you very much for watching, and I hopefully will see you in the next tutorial at some point. Cheers.